Morning and welcome to day 2 of the Climate Resilience Workshop looking at innovative Caribbean impact assessment tools. We are very happy to have you with us. I'd like to, at this point, welcome to make a presentation Ms. Gina Sanguinetti. She is from the CCRIF SPC, and we are very happy to have them as our co-sponsor, our main sponsor being the Caribbean Regional Track of the PPCR. The final day of the workshop in particular is exclusively funded by CRIF SPC, but they have also provided some amount of funding for the workshop in general. Today's presentation focuses on an important aspect of addressing resilience. So many times persons complain that they are unable to find avenues through which they can access funding. And as such, we are very delighted that the CRIF SPC has volunteered to provide us with disaster risk financing tools applicable to the agriculture and the fisheries industry, because it gives us a first-hand opportunity to hear what they're doing, to understand what exists, and also to be in a position to interrogate the information and be enriched thereby. Without much further ado, therefore, I'm going to ask Gina to make her presentation. Gina, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
So good morning again, colleagues. So as Dale introduced, I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the disaster risk financing tools that CRIF has available specifically for the agriculture and fisheries sector. And so we'll talk a little bit about CRIF in general and then focus in on those particular aspects. So before I get started, some might wonder, what does insurance have to do with climate change adaptation and climate change resilience, which is the focus of the workshop this week. And as many of you probably already know, the UNFCCC has actually been recommending climate insurance, climate risk insurance, catastrophe insurance as one of the many tools that can help in climate change adaptation. And so this kind of insurance really has the ability to reduce the catastrophic impact of natural hazards and ultimately to enable a timely recovery and contribute to long-term development and building back better, building back stronger, etc. And it can provide resources to governments, to organizations, to individuals, to both reduce their vulnerability and promote their long-term resilience in terms of providing resources for recovery and also creating an increased awareness about risks in the country among individuals and so on. Insurance has a role because it is based on risk. It has a role in increasing capacity in the region or throughout the world in doing risk assessments, in identifying risks, quantifying risks, spreading awareness about the risks that will potentially impact countries. And this is one thing that we have found with CRIF in our work with governments, is that the ministries of finance who purchase the policies, their understanding, their level of awareness and understanding of the risks of their particular country has increased because they've had to engage in these discussions around purchasing catastrophe insurance. And so this impetus to improve risk assessment is beneficial not just for the insurance industry, but for all efforts to implement climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction activities. And so the work that this kind of insurance does can help to the wider understanding of climate change risks throughout academia, throughout the insurance industry, and throughout government decision makers. Climate insurance can also help with new and emerging risks. We've all been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, and even though that's not a climate-related issue, the focus of hazard and catastrophe risk insurance has also enabled progress to be made against other kinds of hazards, such as epidemics, pandemics, and other biological hazards as well. And so within the climate change adaptation, the focus on insurance or inclusion of insurance in the tool set helps give peace of mind to players in the field, where if they have this insurance, there is a certain level of certainty that they will have access to certain resources so they can implement long-term planning and investment. And by investing in the insurance in the first place, that is an example of their proactive efforts to invest in long-term sustainability of their enterprise, whether it's their country, whether it's their business, whether it's their individual livelihoods. And so climate sensitive sectors such as tourism and agriculture and fisheries, for example, can benefit from increased investment in insurance and increased investment in planning to ensure that they know what they want to do when they receive their insurance payment. So this is just an initial link between kind of what we were talking about yesterday with the climate resilience actions on the ground with the proactive step of purchasing insurance to help implement climate change adaptation activities. And please, at any time you wish to ask a question, I have the chat up. Please go ahead and pose a question, or I guess just speak. So just a few words. A lot of you know CCRIF already. It was formed in 2007 as the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. And it was prompted by Hurricane Ivan, which wreaked havoc across the Caribbean in 2004, when the Caribbean governments made a request to the World Bank to develop some kind of mechanism to help countries in the region deal with these catastrophe risks. So CCRIF was the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance. And in 2007, it was originally designed to limit the financial impact of the following two hazards: tropical cyclones and earthquakes. So it was created to provide short-term funding to support relief immediately after a natural disaster. And as the graph underneath shows, CCRIF was really designed to meet that liquidity gap between the immediate emergency response in the days following a natural catastrophe event, such as providing water and food and so on, and the long-term sustainable development assistance. So CCRIF was formed to meet that liquidity gap, to provide revenues to continue government services shortly after a natural catastrophe event. And just a word on our name. So in 2007, it was the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. In 2014, we were restructured into a segregated portfolio company and was legally renamed CCRIF SPC. So it's no longer the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, but is now CCRIF SPC. So again, CCRIF is the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance, and we have expanded since 2007, which started with 16 Caribbean governments, and we now have 23 members, 19 Caribbean governments, 3 Central American governments, and 1 electric utility company. And I'll talk about that in a second when we talk about the products that CCRIF has available. So CCRIF basically operates as a development insurance company. We're not just about selling a country an insurance policy. We are full partners with our members and work with them to increase their disaster risk management capabilities and capacities. We work with regional organizations such as the university. This is an example of one of those initiatives. So University of the West Indies is one of our partners. We also partner with SEDEMA and CIMH, 5Cs, etc., to implement programs that can benefit the region. And one thing about parametric insurance, and CCRIF in particular, is that it offers products that are not readily available or affordable in the traditional insurance markets. And so CCRIF positions itself as one component in a country's disaster risk financing strategy. We are continuously in discussion with governments to ensure that they understand that CCRIF is not a panacea. Yes, it's an important part of disaster risk financing, but countries and individuals and organizations need to have other disaster risk financing tools as well as other tools in the disaster risk management arena, which focus on disaster risk reduction activities. So we are in no way trying to say that if you purchase a CCRIF policy, that's all you need to do. So we're very mindful of that. So this is just one slide. These are the CCRIF members, as I mentioned before. I won't stay on that. And just to mention, though, that we're actively looking to engage other countries in both regions, as well as other electric utility companies. Anglec was the first one to join CCRIF, and we're even looking at potentially other regions as well. So CCRIF provides parametric insurance products, and these are very different from indemnity insurance in that they make payments based on the intensity of an event and the amount of loss calculated in the pre-agreed model caused by those events. So they are not triggered by actual losses on the ground. So you do not have to wait for loss adjusters after an event to go to a country, evaluate the losses, and then determine whether the policy is triggered or not. So therefore, parametric insurance policies are triggered very quickly, and payouts can be made very quickly after a hazard event. And this is one of the main advantages of parametric insurance policies. And for CCRIF policies, each country can purchase a policy for up to 150 million US dollars per peril for each country. And the next slide will talk about what these perils are that CCRIF provides insurance for. So we provide earthquake policies and tropical cyclone policies, which have been in place since 2007. So earthquake policies are triggered based on the level of ground shaking that a country may experience. Tropical cyclone policies are based on the level of wind and storm surge that countries do experience from a tropical cyclone. So you'll notice that tropical cyclone policies are not based on the amount of rainfall that's associated with the tropical cyclone. And this, of course, was a big gap which our member countries were clamoring to address when CCRIF was first established. So CCRIF worked on an excess rainfall model and in 2013 was able to launch the excess rainfall policy. And this, therefore, is based on impacts from rainfall, and that may occur during a tropical cyclone or any other time throughout the year. So they're independent policies, and so a country, for a given tropical cyclone, a country's tropical cyclone policy could be triggered, and or their excess rainfall policy could be triggered. And most of our members do have both, but some don't. Some have either the tropical cyclone or excess rainfall policies. And then more recently, in 2009, CRIF launched its fisheries policy based on under the Coast Initiative, that's the Caribbean Oceans and Aquaculture Sustainability Facility. And this is based on bad weather, adverse weather, rainfall, and high waves, as well as impacts of tropical cyclones. And the key thing is that it's based on the impacts to the infrastructure in the fisheries sector, and the benefits, the payouts. Once the government receives the payout, the policy is structured so that the payout funds are disseminated equally amongst all the beneficiaries in the fisheries sector. And I'll talk a little bit more about that because this is somewhat unique. And this may be a model perhaps for other sector specific products. And then the fifth product is the electric utilities product, which was launched in 2020. And as the name implies, it provides coverage for electric utilities in the region, specifically for their transmission and distribution infrastructure and the impacts caused by tropical cyclones, so by wind and storm surge. So that is the most recent policy, and that's the first policy that's not specifically for the national government. As we know, electric utilities in the region, some are government, some are private, and some are a mix of both. So it's the actual utility company that purchases the utilities product. So since 2007, CRIF has made 54 payouts totaling $245 million to 16 of the member governments. And CRIF's customer proposition is that all payouts are made within 14 days of the natural hazard event. And it has stuck to that since 2007. As I said earlier, that's one of the key advantages of parametric insurance. Shortly after an event, CRIF can inform the government if their policy has been triggered and how much the payment is likely to be, and they can start planning on how they can use those resources. And in many cases, based on requests from the government, they have received funds within at least part of the funds within 7 days of the event. And there are no restrictions on the use of CRIF payouts. The countries purchase the policy, they pay the premiums. When they receive the payout, they are able to use the payouts for what they deem fit based on their priorities. However, CRIF does request, or require rather, that the countries do report on how they've used the payouts. And as you can see from the graph, most of them have used it for general repairs and recovery activities, such as repairing roads, bridges, providing food and shelter, and so on. But a number of them have provided funding to specific sectors that were particularly affected by the given event. I remember after Hurricane Thomas, St. Lucia, the government of St. Lucia used the payout it received to support the banana farming industry in that country. And there are other examples where governments have decided to use the payout received from CRIF to support their agriculture industry or their tourism industry, and so on. So this is up to the national governments to decide how they wish to use their payouts. And that assistance could be, for example, in providing cash payments to farmers, or it could be used to repair agriculture infrastructure or fisheries infrastructure. It's completely up to the national government. And presumably, or ideally, the government would determine these priorities in consultation with involving, other stakeholders from various sectors, such as agriculture, fisheries, tourism, construction, and so on. So just another word about the coast product for fisheries, because that's somewhat unique. And it's a parametric insurance products like all of other CRIF products. And it targets the livelihoods of fishers and others in the fisheries sector. So not just the fisher folk who go out to sea, but others in the fisheries sector, such as your boat captains, boat boys, fish vendors, and so on. So it's for everyone in the fisheries industry as defined by the country. And it's designed to provide assistance to persons who may be prevented from going out to sea, for example, so kind of like business interruption insurance. And it provides immediate economic relief after a natural hazard event if the policy is triggered. And as I mentioned earlier, a key factor in this particular policy is that it includes a specific mechanism to disseminate the payout to the beneficiaries throughout the sector. And the COAST project itself is more than just providing insurance. It's really looking at increasing resilience in the fisheries sector and promoting and supporting climate smart fisheries practices. And so it supports transparency in that the beneficiaries are known ahead of time, and there is a mechanism to ensure that they got paid. So it's not just an idea that they should be paid, but that there is a mechanism to track and audit the procedure so that it's guaranteed that beneficiaries receive the payouts. So currently it's available in Grenada and St. Lucia only, but we are looking to expand throughout the region. And just recently, the government of Ireland has provided funding to expand to 5 additional countries in the region. So these are just a list of the various products that CRIF has and is looking to develop. So we mentioned the tropical cyclone, the earthquake, excess rainfall, electric utilities, and fisheries products. But CRIF is also looking to develop a product for drought, specifically for agricultural drought, where it will take into account both intense dry spells that might affect a farm, as well as long-term crop yield reduction over an entire year. And so it's looking, so this is not just for, or the drought product is specifically focused on the agricultural sector. So this would be in addition, for example, a country could still have a tropical cyclone policy and use its funds to target the agriculture sector. But in addition, if they purchase a drought policy, then that policy could be triggered as well. And related to the excess rainfall product, we're looking at developing a model for rainfall runoff. This is, of course, more important in the larger countries in our membership, for example, Belize and the Central American countries, whereas the excess rainfall product is based solely on actual rainfall. The runoff product, which would be associated with the excess rainfall product, would include impacts from runoff from from different areas where the rainfall actually did, so that countries where the rainfall did not happen can receive coverage for impacts from rainfall from other areas. I see a question in the chat. Dale, do you want me to take them as I go, or do you want me to wait?
We're open the questions to ask later.
Okay. Okay, so the drought model and the runoff model, those are currently under development, and the plan or the hope is that those will be available very shortly. And these are all independent products. And we're also looking at other economic sectors, such as agriculture in general. So this would be a multi-hazard agriculture product. So looking at the impacts on agriculture by tropical cyclones and earthquakes and excess rainfall and drought. So it would be a multi-peril policy. And it would also include impacts on livestock as well as crops. So this has been under consideration for a while. We've been in discussions with partners such as the CDB, who's also very interested in this. And this is something that we is in the pipeline to be developed. Also looking at developing products for housing stock and for tourism and other infrastructure such as that. So I skipped over the LPP. You may have seen that and wonder what that is. So CCRIF is also involved in microinsurance and has developed, in conjunction with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative, a product called the Livelihood Protection Policy, which would be of very high interest to small farmers and fishers in the region. And I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. So just a few words on parametric insurance. This is the crux of the support that CCRIF provides. And so it's important that stakeholders, that our members understand what the parametric insurance product is. And so I just want to spend a couple minutes on this. So basically, parametric insurance guarantees a direct payout after a qualifying event. And it does not depend on any of the conditions on the ground, and often can operate in a sphere that traditional insurance cannot. For example, the electric utilities product, while electric utility companies can purchase traditional insurance for their generating infrastructure, they are generally not able to purchase insurance for their transmission and distribution lines. And so the parametric insurance options are possible to provide coverage against losses to that kind of infrastructure. And so parametric insurance looks at the probability of a predefined event happening, such as a hurricane or earthquake. And it does not look at the actual losses that occur from that said hurricane or earthquake. So it pays out according to a specific scheme based on the intensity of that predefined event, or the actual event happening, based on the model created from a series of previous events. And therefore, it's not governed, or it's not affected by the assets on the ground. It's not targeting a specific asset or set of assets on the ground. It's looking at the anticipated impacts of the hazard on the series of assets, or on the set of assets on the ground in a particular country. And we're going to talk a little bit about the model in a second, just so that this can be clear. But basically, parametric insurance is based on the level of hazard and the modeled impacts on a particular country by that hazard. So this is how CRIF parametric insurance policies work. There are other parametric insurance policies that are somewhat simpler. For example, there's what they call a cat in a box model, where if you get a category 3 hurricane, a country gets X payout. If it's a category 4, you get a higher one. If it's category 5, you get a higher one. You know, simple models which are not as robust, not as accurate. So CRIF model, the CRIF parametric insurance policies make payments if a policy is triggered based on exceeding a pre-established trigger event loss. So the model based on the wind speed and storm surge for tropical cyclones, as I mentioned, or ground shaking for earthquakes or level of rainfall, it is estimated based on those parameters, and then those are applied to the government exposure or the assets on the ground to produce a loss estimate. So the model takes in the hazard parameters and calculates a modeled loss. And then if that model loss is above the trigger loss of the policy is triggered, and the payout amounts increase with the level of modeled loss up to the predefined coverage limit, which is set by the policy that the country selects. So the country decides what the level of coverage that they are purchasing. And of course, that would depend on the premium that they are able to pay. And as I mentioned earlier, CRIF makes payouts within 14 days after an event. And that's something that policyholders can count on. So I mentioned that CRIF is involved in microinsurance. So just a reminder, microinsurance is really geared at low-income households, low-income persons, individuals, micro and small businesses. And so it provides them with access to livelihood insurance that they can take advantage of if their livelihoods are affected by a natural hazard event. And typically, microinsurance policies are more affordable for your individual farmer, your individual fisher, etc., or your small business. So whereas farmers may not have been able to purchase traditional indemnity insurance, either because it's not available or because it's not affordable, microinsurance provides an avenue that they can take advantage of. And microinsurance can also be seen as a component, or can be used by governments as a component of their social protection systems. So for example, they could maybe, purchase a set of block policies for certain areas, or cooperatives could purchase block policies for their members to provide some kind of financial resources to assist farmers or fishers or other small businesses to have access to resources after a natural hazard event. And interestingly enough, microinsurance also helps individuals access the traditional finance and insurance market, when very often farmers have trouble receiving loans from banks, for example. But if they have purchased, or if they have access to one of these insurance policies, that increases their creditworthiness, and that enables them to subsequently get additional financial resources from banks and insurance companies and so on. So CRIF is involved in microinsurance in two ways. One is kind of through the COAST product, where it kind of acts like microinsurance in that the beneficiaries get the payouts directly. But the second one is through this climate risk adaptation and insurance in the Caribbean project, working with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative that CCRIF has been involved with since 2014. And this basically has produced what we call the livelihood protection policy, which is available in, well, it was available in Jamaica and St. Lucia, or it has been, and we're expanding to Belize and Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago. These are the pilot countries that are available, that we are working with right now, with the ultimate goal of expanding throughout the region. And so the livelihood protection policy is targeted, it's purchased by individuals, and it's meant to help protect their livelihoods. And this would include small farmers, which have been the bulk of the persons who have purchased these LPP policies, day laborers, market vendors, any person whose livelihood is affected by adverse weather. And in this case, for the LPP, we're talking about strong winds and rainfall. And so it acts kind of like, again, like a business interruption kind of insurance. And it was launched in 2013, and in December of that same year, I don't know if many of you may remember the St. Lucia December rains, and a number of policyholders in St. Lucia received payouts on their LPP immediately after that. So they can receive payouts from rain during a tropical cyclone or anytime throughout the year. And if their policies are triggered, they're immediately notified with a text message, and the payments are made into their account. So there's no overhead in terms of filing claims, doing assessments, and so on. So this is where CCRIF is actively engaging with the countries now to move forward on this particular project. This initiative will, as you can imagine, require a lot of awareness raising and sensitization. You can imagine that most people in the sector do not have a favorable impression of insurance and are not likely to get insurance. And so promoting this product involves increasing awareness about the benefits and about the relative cost, which is relatively low, and ensuring that the providers of the policy, the insurance company, reach out to this target audience, which should be very different from their normal target audience. And so the plan would be clearly to work with officers from ag extension officers, such as from RADA and others in other countries, to raise awareness among communities about this particular product. Also to raise awareness among our disaster risk managers as well. So this is the bridge between the sovereign insurance and the individuals. So while a country can and should purchase sovereign level insurance, individuals within the country can purchase these kinds of policies to ensure that they take care of their own business, as it were. Okay, so yesterday, Dale spoke about crop modeling. Today, we are going to talk about catastrophe modeling. This is the basis of how CCRIF works. We're not going to talk about modeling per se, but just as I think Dr. Kaur yesterday said that looking at the mathematical formulas help people understand the assumptions and so on that go into the model. Looking at the model that underlies these policies and these products help the consumer or the policyholder understand what goes into these policies, what they're purchasing, and can actually enable them to use some of the information that is used to develop the model and develop that are underlying the policies. So the CAT modeling or catastrophe modeling basically is what's used to understand the level of risk based on the hazard and allows countries to tie in the level of hazard to the projected impacts, which is the underlying basis of all CRIF products. And so just these are the specific models that underlie the main CRIF products. And just for our records, when we say a tropical cyclone, we're referring to anything with wind speed greater than 39 miles an hour. So it includes tropical storms as well as hurricanes. Earthquakes, we look at anything with a magnitude over 5, but which generates a peak ground acceleration of at least 0.01 G. And then the excess rainfall is looking at the amount of daily rainfall across the country, and it has to cover a specific, at least a specific percentage of the country's area. So this is the main model construct, and this is not unique to CRIF, but this is the basic model construct for a catastrophe model. So it's looks at the hazards. It has a hazard module, exposure module, vulnerability module, and these feed into the loss module to calculate your model loss, which is then compared to the insurance policy to determine whether the policy is triggered, and if so, what the value of the payout is. So the hazard module basically defines the expected frequency and severity of a hazard event. So the hazard module is used in 2 modes. One is to develop the underlying database, as it were. So the earthquake model, for example, is based on actual and simulated earthquake events in the region from 1520 to 2017. Tropical cyclone from 1850, starting in 1850, and the excess rainfall is based on actual and stochastic events just since 1998. So you can see that that is more recent, and that's updated more continuously. And so developing the model, that's how the hazard module is used. In operation, this is the module in which the hazard parameters are input. So for a particular tropical cyclone, Hurricane Dorian, for example, the actual wind speed and storm surge and location of the hurricane, which affected the Bahamas, would be input into the hazard module. And then the exposure module has the assets at risk. And so the hazard data is input, as well as the exposure data that is affected by that particular hazard. And then the vulnerability module has what we call vulnerability functions, which assess the vulnerability of the specific assets. And then the loss module uses that to calculate the model loss and compare it to the insurance module, the insurance policy, sorry. So basically, the tropical cyclone model uses data from NOAA and the earthquake model from USGS. And it's important that CRIF uses internationally accepted sources of data, independent sources of data, to ensure that the reinsurers are comfortable with the model, and to ensure integrity of the model and continuity of the model, because as we said, it's based on historical events as well. And of course, we don't want the source of data to be, for example, rain gauges in the Bahamas may have been affected by Hurricane Dorian, so we would not have wanted to depend on data from those gauges in calculating the model losses. So these are the sources of data, and those are the kinds of exposure that are included. And so as you can see, it includes crops as well as built infrastructure, buildings, airports, power utilities, and so on. And so the exposure module records the location and the economic value or replacement value, as well as the physical attributes of each element of the infrastructure. And then the vulnerability module relates the wind and storm surge intensities to actual damages in the past to create these damage ratios, to create a vulnerability function. The excess rainfall model is a little bit more complex, and it uses data from 3 different sources. It uses from the CMORPH satellite-based precipitation model and 2 weather forecasting models, both from NOAA. And so that's the source of the rainfall data for NOAA, but the model itself works the same way in that it uses the hazard data and the exposure. It's the same exposure data that's used for the tropical cyclone model. And the coast, as I said, this is a bit different. So it has 2 components, adverse weather and tropical cyclone. So the tropical cyclone part works just like the regular tropical cyclone policy, but it's looking at direct damages only to the fisheries infrastructure. So rather than look at the entire infrastructure of a country, it focuses on the infrastructure that's relevant to the fisheries sector. But it also includes what they call the adverse weather component, which is kind of like a livelihood protection policy, in that if there's high waves or heavy rainfall anytime or throughout the year, the assumption is that the fisher folks' economic activity was affected, and therefore the payout is meant to help address that livelihood interruption. So it has 2 components, and it can be triggered by either one if either condition occurs after a particular weather event. So that's just showing some of the details. So the infrastructure, it looks like boats, fishing beaches, and so on that are affected by the particular hazard event. So just a brief, so the hazard module, this is just showing, so it has, the one on the left is for wind speed, so it shows you wind speed maps, and storm surge levels, so it determines what those are for a particular event. For earthquake, it's ground shaking, and for rainfall, it would be the level of rainfall. And of course, these are showing regional maps. And then the exposure module covers these assets, again, including crops for the tropical cyclone and earthquake model. So it shows you the percentage, the distribution of the value of the country's assets and the actual value. And it uses these to determine the model loss based on the impacts of the particular hazard event. And then it uses the damage functions and determines the impacts of that particular hazard event on that particular exposure based on the conditions at the time in the country. Oops, sorry. And then it determines the losses. So for each category of asset, it determines the losses from any given event. And in creating this series of losses for different events, in creating the catalog, the loss assessment module is able to create what we call loss curves, which will associate the level of loss to the specific hazard intensity. And so I'm going to show you the next slide, which will show you, so for each loss intensity, it creates what we call a loss probability curve. So it will be able to tell you what is the probability of a certain level of loss occurring in any given time. So this loss curve, we use this as the example. So this loss curve for a given event would say that for 100 years, for example, it would be $2.5 billion would have a return period of 100 years. That would mean that once every 100 years, that country is likely to be affected by a hazard event that causes 2.5 billion US dollars, meaning that it has a 1% chance of occurring in any given year. So these are the loss curves that underpin the policy so that it's able to calculate the model losses for any given event that occurs. And these loss probabilities are the basis for the policies that countries purchase, that countries select. And each country has a different loss probability curve for per peril, so that we have one for tropical cyclones, one for earthquakes, and one for excess rainfall. As well, each electric utility company would have its own loss probability curve for tropical cyclones, since that's the peril of interest. And then, as I said, the insurance module just compares it to the policy to see whether the policy is triggered or not. And so people often ask, well, what do they have to do to make a claim? Well, they actually don't make a claim. CCRIF automatically monitors the hazard events, earthquakes, rainfall events, and tropical cyclones. And if a country's policy is triggered, we notify the Ministry of Finance and we make arrangements for payment. There's really no claims process, as it were. Countries don't have to submit a claim in order to get a payout. And this applies to the microinsurance product as well. As I said, if a livelihood protection policy is triggered, the policyholder is automatically notified and payment made. So I just want to end with one final thing. So the basis of these policies are country risk profiles. So for every country and every peril, CCRIF creates a risk profile for each particular country, and in the case of utilities, for each utility. So the country going in to purchase its policy has access to these hazard profiles, so it can get a sense of the level of hazard and the type of hazard that their country is vulnerable to. And so by linking these hazard profiles, these country risk profiles, with the decision-making process and purchasing of insurance policies, countries can make the links between the financial and insurance systems and the actual hazard and risk of the particular country. And so, as I mentioned earlier this morning, insurance is catastrophe insurance is kind of a bridge between the financial systems and the natural hazard risk management systems. And so each country has these country risk profiles, as well as electric utilities. So these are just an example of what's in them. So it provides you information about the hazard in your country, the exposure, some historical events and the economic losses due to that event. And then the key thing is the risk curves. So in this particular country, for example, you can evaluate, your relative risk to earthquake, tropical cyclone, and excess rainfall, and make a decision as to which policies make sense for you to purchase. So the risk profiles also provide information that can be used by disaster managers or by planners or by emergency managers as well. And so it's not, while these particular ones were created to underpin the CRIF policies, the risk profiles include information that could be useful to planners in the agricultural sector or planners in national development and so on. And unfortunately, these are not publicly available, but they are, the ministers of finance do have the risk profiles for their particular country and probably have shared it with the disaster managers and maybe Met officers as well. So where possible, where countries allow it, we do make them publicly available, but it is proprietary information and it belongs to the governments. So back to agriculture and fisheries. So what we have shown is that current products are available for governments and for individuals that can benefit or be used by the fisheries and agriculture sector, specifically the LPP, especially in those particular countries, and that CRIF is actively involved in developing other models, for example, the drought model and the agriculture model for the sector. And using the fisheries product as an example, that shows you where there actually could be some direct benefit to individuals, as opposed to just letting the government decide what it wants to do with the payouts. So I'm going to end here. Please, if you have any questions, even after today, please send us an email and we'd be happy to provide additional information. So I know there have been a couple questions in the chat, so I will let Dale, how do you want to handle the questions?
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate very much the presentation. I really appreciate the clarity that you provided and also providing us a full range of the products that are offered. What I want to do now, before we get into the questions, Gina, just because we have had some new persons have joined.
Okay.
The feedback. All right, thanks. What I'd like to do to ask you, Gina, if you can just clarify just a few things for me before, because we have had a number of new persons that have joined the stream.
Sure.
I want to ask, can you just confirm with me that you deal with sovereign governments and not?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you say that again?
Can you just confirm with me that you do sovereign governments only and not individuals?
Yes.
You do not provide insurance coverage for individuals.
Yes, the only exception to that would be, of course, the livelihood protection policy, which is not sold by CRIF, but with which CRIF is affiliated. But it's actually sold by local insurance companies. And in this case, Guardian Insurance is the company who we're working with throughout the region to offer the livelihood protection policy to individuals.
Okay, and while you mentioned the livelihood protection policy, that is what is the LPP?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right, because I noticed somebody from Barbados, the party representative from Barbados, was asking whether you would specify if that LPP will be extended to other countries in the foreseeable future. Can you speak to that?
That is definitely the plan. The project has gone through several phases. As I said, we're currently in those 5 countries, but definitely the plan is to expand beyond those 5 countries so that it will be a regular part of the portfolio that's available to CRIF member countries, including Barbados, obviously.
And for this,
that's definitely the plan.
For the purposes of those that just came, can you name the 5 countries again, please?
Jamaica, St. Lucia, Grenada, Belize, and Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, thank you so much. We do have some international participants that are introduced to the Caribbean, Gina, so they might hear you have listed 6 islands. That's 5 countries, Trinidad.
Trinidad and Tobago being one country, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a question that was posted in the chat. And again, we want to thank CCRIF so very much. So the first question was about, cyclones are isolated events that can cause heavy wind damage, for example, not just to infrastructure, but loss of livestock, for example. How do you treat with that?
Okay, well, currently the tropical cyclone model only includes crops in the exposure. So unfortunately, right now, livestock is not included in that. However, as I mentioned, we're developing a more holistic agriculture product, and that will definitely include the impacts of livestock. And that will be based not just on hurricanes and cyclones, but also will be based on rainfall and drought. So it will be a multi-peril product for the agriculture sector.
Thanks for that information. The questions are coming in thick and fast. Here's another one, which has always been a little challenging. We understand that, as we say in Jamaica, you can't eat a cake and have it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The process of waiting for a full damage assessment report takes time. And often there is disagreement between, even in motor car insurance, for example,
Right.
what your mechanic says it takes to fix it, vis-a-vis what the insurance company is willing to pay. And so I applaud CCRIF for going the route of not waiting on a loss and damage report and doing it parametrically. But there, of course, is a problem, and it is a real problem, and that is, if I'm insured against hurricanes, for example, and there's a hurricane, a category 1 storm, for example, and I receive 0 damage, I will get a payout anyway, because I'm insured against hurricane. As opposed to, I might have a flash flood against which I'm not insured, but it wipes out my entire crop. So I am totally in ruin, but because it's not covered under the insurance, then a payout cannot be made. I know that this is something that CCRIF has been trying hard to deal with. What do you say to persons who have that genuine concern? Because I know, for example, we had an event like that in Jamaica, and it caused a firestorm in the parliament. To this day, it still remains a problem. How does CCRIF plan to treat with that?
Okay, first of all, the flash flood being rainfall will be covered by the rainfall policy, right? Not the tropical cyclone policy. So that's the first thing. And the rainfall model is continuously being improved and updated. And for example, the current model uses the factor, for example, of soil saturation, because I remember in Jamaica last or 2 years ago, there was the instance of Zeta and Eta, which occurred, right after each other. So each individually, the impacts may have been less, but because they occurred so close together, the impacts, cumulative impacts, were sufficient that the rainfall policy, Jamaica did receive a payout under the rainfall policy for that. So flash floods, again, we want to make note that the policy is called a rainfall policy, right? And not a flood policy. Just because, as we all know, there's a lot that goes into flooding, more than just the amount of rainfall. Looking at our gullies and our solid waste management practices and so on. And so I would have to say that CCRIF's excess rainfall model has been increasing in effectiveness and accuracy. And of course, remember before 2013, it did not exist at all, right? So because I remember, I think Hurricane Dean was another issue where Jamaica had several impacts and there was no payout on its tropical cyclone policy. And that's, of course, before the excess rainfall policy was in existence. So I think CCRIF is just tries to be responsive to its members and to make sure that its products cover their needs and are continuously improved to increase their effectiveness and their accuracy. We want to make it as easy as possible for the policy to be triggered and not the other way around.
Sure, no, excellent answer. And I know, as I said before, it's a very delicate balancing act between trying to be responsive, trying to be the quick response mechanism that can provide liquidity in time of distress. I appreciate it and I understand it. So thank you very much for that. I want to, Gina, with your permission, do a 30-second poll of the audience. We have 93 people online right now.
Okay.
So I am going to ask a question, and Gina, I can guarantee you that most people get it wrong. All right.
Get it wrong, okay.
Yes, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so here is it's a multiple choice. Of these hazards, which do you think kill most people? A, earthquakes. B, volcanoes. C, hurricanes. D, heat stress. And E, flash flood. All right, so want us to give the options again? What was A again? Earthquakes. I just made up that straight out of my head. B is volcanoes. C is hurricanes. D is heat stress. And E is flash flood. All right, so let's see, Gina. All right, so so far we have flash flood, heat stress. This is a ding-dong battle. Flash flood, heat stress, earthquakes.
I'm sorry, and what was the question? What causes most what?
Which of these hazards results in most deaths?
Most deaths, okay.
Humans,
okay.
by the way, I should say.
Yeah.
All right, so far, heat stress is marginally ahead, but earthquakes is making a strong comeback. And we are in the home stretch now, Gina. We can see the finishing line. Some people seem to be sitting on the fence, so they don't know which one it is. I noticed volcanoes hasn't gotten any votes at all. So volcano is not in the parliament at all, actually. I don't
there you
see
go. That. You got one now.
You got done. Well, there's just got one. But hurricanes don't get any. I don't understand what's going on. All right, so that's interesting. So earthquake is very, very close now. So one hurricane. Okay, so there's one hurricane. Can I check on YouTube for me? Somebody check on YouTube and see if our YouTubers have. Flash flood is making a comeback as well. Gina, we are in royal trouble here. So, all right, we're going to give it. Oh, we have Ronald Moody from Met Service in earthquakes. I will also say that David on YouTube said heat stress. David, Nadine Wilson says heat stress. All right, so we have about 12 heat stress, 12 number A. Earthquakes, we have about 7 earthquakes. We have about 3 hurricanes. And someone said each country is different, but generally in the Caribbean, earthquake. That's a funny answer. I thought come off the fence and tell us which one. You have to tell us globally which one. All right. Actually, the answer is heat stress by far. Way more than everybody else. It is particularly so in countries. Well, here's a risk profile, Gina, and this is a question for you. So in countries that have a significant swing between winter and summer, it is obvious, right? The temperature difference can be as much as 50 degrees. So in the winter, for example, it can be minus 30. But in the summer, you can get a plus 20. So that's a swing of 50 degrees. So the shock.
I guess you're talking Celsius, I see.
Yeah. Well, however you define it. Well, yeah, but obviously. But the swing would be the same in terms of the amount of degrees, right? So for example, if you're talking Fahrenheit, in the United States, it can be 90 degrees, for example, Fahrenheit, which is 33.3 degrees Celsius. But then it can go to below 32. And 32 is 0 degrees Celsius. So you're talking about a 60-degree drop, which is even more. So the shock to the human body is just great. And especially for our elderly persons, it is particularly difficult. In the Caribbean, we are hot all year round, but there are times when it is hotter than others. And we still have heat stress problem. In fact, the CIMH, and I think Adrian Trotman might be online, they have now started a heat stress index. The question then, Gina, is, since this is the #1 killer, is there any consideration from CRIF to start looking at heat stress, even a peripheral way?
Actually, we've already started.
Okay, great.
We're actually working in partnerships. I mentioned we have partnerships with different organizations, and one of them is the Adrian Arch Rockefeller Resilience something Center. It's a long acronym, but actually, and the focus of that partnership is actually looking at heat stress. So it is an initiative that we are actively working in. There's a component of it called the Cooler Cities Initiative, and CRIF is an active partner or participant in that initiative because, as you said, we do realize that heat stress is a significant natural hazard. And as some of you may know, there's even an effort now to label heat stress events like hurricanes, just like how we say Hurricane Ivan, Hurricane so on, to actually label extreme heat events to give it greater prominence and, so make people more aware of it. And so there are a number of cities, I think one just recently was the first one. I think it was a city in Italy, but to name, to start naming their extreme heat events. So it is something that CRIF is looking at. And I believe CIMH is also looking at it as well. And of course, we partner with them too. So it's possible that we could work with them also on this issue.
Okay, great.
Thanks for bringing that up. We can add that into our potential list of future products.
That provides us a fantastic segue to our next presentation, which is going to talk about heat stress in livestock, actually. So I am relieved. I have a stress relief of heat to know that CRIF is proactively looking at that. I want to ask you a question, though, Gina, a practical question. So a forecast goes out by the Met Service. Jamaica is going to be hit, or Barbados is going to be hit by a Category 4 hurricane. But by the time it gets to you, it's a Category 2. What does CRIF pay on? On the Category 4 or the Category 2?
CRIF pays out on the strength of the winds when it affects Jamaica. It doesn't know what category it is. It just pays out based on the strength of the winds that affect Jamaica.
All right. Okay, so the exclusive economic zone of our islands is 200 times the size of the country. The land mass. So if it affects the exclusive economic zone, we get payout on that, right? Meaning it might be over water, but it don't affect the land because it's still your country.
Remember the second part of it is not just the strength of the event, not just the intensity of the event, but the assets at risk that were exposed. And where are those assets? Those assets are on the ground, on land. So it looks at the impacts of those winds on that infrastructure on the ground and determines the modeled losses.
All right, so what about your keys though? Because Jamaica has keys, the Pedro Keys, for example, that is 60 miles south of Jamaica. And there are very good assets out there.
Compared to Kingston?
Well, there are assets out there. There's people out there. There's land out there. There's houses out there.
Point taken. Point taken. And I'm not sure if in Jamaica's case, the outlying keys are taken into account in the exposure, but I will make an example, and I can investigate that, but I will make an example of the Bahamas, which, as you all know, is very widely, covers a huge geographic area with many different islands, some of which are more populated and have more development than others. And so what we did maybe 5 years ago, whereas they used to have a tropical cyclone policy for the entire country. What we did a few years ago was to divide the country into 4 geographic regions, so that the Northwest islands in the Bahamas have their own policy. The center and the South islands have a different policy, because what was happening, or what could happen, is, because a lot of the resources are concentrated in Nassau. If damage occurred to a less populated island, they wouldn't trigger the policy. So what happens now is each geographic region's policy is triggered independently, so that it more accurately reflects the resources that are affected. Similarly with Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad has its own excess rainfall policy, and Tobago has its own, because they're affected differently by the different hazards. So we actually, larger countries, it's possible that maybe that might be a feature that could happen. So I will make a point. I will check, whether the outline keys for Jamaica is included in the exposure. It may be, I just don't know that to be the case.
Sure. Thank you, Gina. Brilliant as usual. One last question. Some people, well, a semi-final one, because another one just came in. Fisheries, for all intent and purposes, is a water event. Yeah? Your resources are in the water. That's why it's called fisheries. How do you treat with damage to reefs, fish pots, mangroves, seagrass beds, those kind of things, which are assets? Are those covered under any policies that you have now?
Those are not covered by any policies. As I mentioned, the one component of the fisheries product is looking at, on land fisheries infrastructure. But however, do recall that the second part, the adverse weather component, is not asset-based, it's livelihood-based, as it were. And so if there are conditions at sea, rain and waves that prevent fishers from going out, they will receive a payouts based on the level of intensity of the natural hazard event. So presumably, so like I said, so it's that policy is not 100% asset based like the other ones are.
Okay, all right. Well, good enough. Last question. I noticed you mentioned drought. Mm-hmm. Drought is probably one of the most difficult things to ever cover. First of all, there is no universal definition of drought. The meteorologists, for example, say if your 8 weeks consecutive rainfall falls below a certain percentage of what your normal rainfall is, you have drought, normal drought, you have severe drought, extreme drought, moderate drought, that kind of stuff. For the agriculturalists, they have a much shorter term drought. In fact, once the amount of water is not sufficient for maintaining crop production, you are in a drought. But you usually don't know that you are in a drought until after you're in a drought, because then you have to watch to see. So my question is, number one, what definition of drought are you using? Are you using the agricultural drought or the meteorological drought? That's the first question. And part B of that question is, in that context, how are you going to determine severity? Because it seems to me that there's going to have to be some amount of post-event assessment, since for all intent and purposes, whilst we try very hard to predict, we cannot predestinate the amount of drought we're going to have. I hope I'm not confused.
Predestinate, I'll have to remember that word. Okay, first of all, the CCRIF drought product will be based on agricultural drought, so not hydrometeorological drought. So it's looking strictly at crop yields and how they are affected. So as I mentioned earlier, though, there are two types of drought events that would be considered. Intense, short-term drought events, which where the crop is affected drastically in a short amount of time, and then an annual, over the period of an entire year, some evaluation of the impact of drought on the agriculture sector or on the farming sector. So that would be determined at the end of the year whether during that year or throughout that year, drought conditions affected the agriculture sector to such that it or affected crop yield such that the policy would be triggered. So it's definitely agriculture based.
Okay, great. Well, Gina, I can tell you that I know
sorry,
that.
Sorry, Dale. I think there's a raised hand by Shelley.
No, I know. I know
okay.
that. I'm going to ask the person to speak. On the matter of drought, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of consultation because I know it is a very contentious issue. And I know for all intent and purposes, with all good intentions, there are a whole lot of things that have to be considered. And I know that CCRIF, in its normal consultative approach, will include all the necessary stakeholders because you can have a situation where in some cases, for example, and so as not to bias any crop, I won't name them, there are some crops that benefit from drought stress, for example. So that is something you also have to look at.
Yeah, and we're working with CIMH on this as well.
But even within the same crop, there are some varieties that don't benefit either. So that's all. Anyways, thank you very much. I see my good friend, Dr. Shelley Cox has her hand up from Barbados. Shelley, you have the floor. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Gina, thanks again for that excellent presentation. I know we're short on time, but of course, I'm very excited about COAST and the benefits to the fisheries sector. You know, I'm going to speak later about some vessel monitoring systems and using that data. Ideally, in Barbados, we are looking at affordable vessel insurance that looks at third-party liability. And we're working to update our bills and regulations to suit. So I do know that CCRIF has had some engagement with Barbados along the lines of COAST, and I'm hoping that we can explore that in the future for sure. But I'd like you to know that there has been some movement on the third-party liability insurance based on some liability limits. And I think that going forward, even using this vessel monitoring location data and other inputs, especially the innovative data analytics we're going to pursue, can really help to inform some of the parametric insurance policies going forward. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. And just to mention that part of the process to enable countries to purchase COAST products is for them to ensure that their internal systems, you know, their inventory, their of their database of, you know, persons in the fisheries industry and so on is up to date, and there's a mechanism to do that, to ensure that they have fisheries policies in place. So there are a few steps that countries have to go through to before they can actually purchase the fisheries product. Again, because COAST is aimed not just at providing this insurance product, but to improving the fisheries sector in general. So.
All right, well, thank you so very much. I want my live audience and those online to please give Gina a hand. Excellent presentation. And Gina, I did bowl some tough balls at you and everything was unscripted. It was not all planned and you did very, very well. Thank you so very much. I really hope you can stay with us for whatever time your schedule will allow, and stay with us lesser mortals as we try to navigate the waters moving forward. Thank you very much. Please express our gratitude to CCRIF for the sponsorship again and for being with us. I know you'll be with us tomorrow for the panel discussion. We look forward to your involvement. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Dale, and thanks everyone.
All right, no problem. And so with that, we are going to move to our next presenter, Dr. Jane Cohen, a retired lecturer, Department of Life Sciences, University of the West Indies, as a lecturer of over 20 years experience in the Department of Life Sciences, UWMONO. Dr. Cohen has conducted field-based crop research in the areas of plant physiology, soil fertility, and weed management. Because we are broadcasting here in Jamaica, I just want to be careful here. When I say weed management, we're not talking about the smokable one. We're talking about weeds that grow up and cause problem in the field for crops. Her focus is on environmentally sustainable systems for Jamaican agriculture. Recent work is on rapid propagation of cassava, and in partnership with the Climate Studies Group, MONA, modeling of root crops and the use of heat indices for application in the changing Caribbean climate, particularly in heat stress. Dr. Cohen was one of the lead authors in the paper that focused on heat stress in livestock that actually made the IPCC special report on 1.5 and was the report that made the case for agricultural impacts in heat stress. I gather, not from my admission, but from the admission of the very erudite professor, Professor Michael Taylor, it is one of the most cited papers for livestock and heat stress. So Jane, power to you. Thank you so very much for joining us all the way in the UK. For special interest, let me declare interest that Jane was my PhD supervisor along with Prof. Taylor, so she's like a mother to me. Thank you so very much, Jane. Thank you for being with us. You have the floor.
I have recently returned to the land of my birth, but since I spent most of my life in Jamaica, I consider my navel string to be buried, even virtually, under a certain tree in Mona, Kingston, and that tree is a Julie mango. Anyway, I thank everybody organizing the workshop for inviting me to participate in this session. I thank Gina for that fascinating session starting us off today. As Dale mentioned, I am basically a plant scientist. Now I am going to give a presentation on investigation of heat stress in livestock in the context of climate change. Therefore, I humbly ask anyone who has questions to do with animals to refer them to Cicero, and anyone who has questions to do with climate and weather, climate change, to refer to the climate scientists. Let me start sharing my screen. This presentation is about characterizing environmental heat stress on livestock. And the particular way we do it is using the temperature humidity index. So for this presentation, first of all, I'll introduce the use of heat stress indices for animals, describe this temperature humidity index and how we calculate it, then give some results of THI determinations for 3 locations in Jamaica for livestock and poultry, using measured values for recent years and projected values for the rest of this century, and finally, the likely impacts on heat stress levels for the temperature rise thresholds 1.5, 2.0, and 2.5 degrees C. A little bit of background first. What are the influences in animals producing heat stress? Well, we can divide them into environmental or external factors and inherent factors, and both of these are very complex. In terms of the environmental factors, we have the climatic parameters of temperature, humidity, wind speed, solar radiation, and localized or managed aspects such as shade, exposure time to heat, husbandry factors that would include hydration of the animals, their feed, their supplements, etc. The inherent factors that are specific to a particular animal species or breed, such as sweating, panting, allowing the animals to thermoregulate, these will be covered by Cicero in the next presentation. So how would we assess the environmental influence on heat stress in animals? We can use an index that incorporates the environmental factors determining the heat load, and this in particular will be the climatic parameters, both macro and micro. Not just that, but link them to their impact on the particular species of animal. Now, if you want a definition, we can use this one by Dickman and Hansen. that such an index attempts to measure the sum of forces external to the animal that acts to displace body temperature from its set point. In the past, there are several different types of indices based on climatic parameters. As I've already mentioned, the temperature humidity index is a commonly used one. This requires values for air temperature and humidity, with others optional. Another one is called the Black Globe Humidity Index, and here's a black globe and another black globe in this picture. This requires less common measures of black globe temperature and dew point temperature, although the black globe temperature can be estimated using just air temperature and solar irradiance. Here's an example of the formula for this. Another index called the heat load, which requires, again, black globe temperature, relative humidity, wind speed. And finally, we have some indices that are related to respiratory rates, the respiratory rate predictor, the breathing rate equation, as used by USDA, that require a whole range of weather measures: black globe temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, solar irradiance. And these are important ones, but there are others as well. Let's look at where heat indices have been used, and we can look back into the beginning of the last century at attempts to measure the effective temperature for very practical applications in society, such as cooling degree day systems, which were developed by the powered air conditioning industry and energy utilities. With respect to humans, one of the first indications was by Earl Tom of the US Weather Bureau, who in 1959 reported on a discomfort index. But importantly, THI thresholds and heat indices have long been used to alert livestock producers of potential weather-based heat stress, particularly in the US, called Livestock Weather Safety Index, and using heat stress forecast maps. So we're very interested here of plans by the CIMH to produce similar services and products, and hope these could also be linked to the offers by CCRIF. An example of heat stress forecast maps. We have here 7-day forecasts using temperature, humidity, wind speed, cloud cover from NOAA, used by USDA and color-coded, showing normal levels in blue and then increasing heat stress levels from yellow to orange to red. They use a type of THI, combining both the weather forecast data and the likely response by the cattle. And because these estimate general trends of stress based on peak heat stress categories, obviously this would not be able to predict individual animal stress because of the variability among animals and how and where they are kept. So why choose this particular index, the THI? Well, it uses basically air temperature and humidity, and these are readily available data, both in the past, the present, and for the future. They use different weightings for different species, different weightings of air temperature and humidity. So this allows a wide applicability to a range of livestock and poultry. There are optional additions, wind speed, solar irradiance, But because these are not so commonly available, they're not normally used, but would presumably add some accuracy. Some background to the use of THI. It has been used in research worldwide, particularly in Brazil, South Africa, the US, Southern Europe, and traditionally for cattle, using values of THI and relating to animal physiological states. Close to home, here in the Caribbean, we have a report of using THI values to assess heat stress on layer hens in Cuba. Lalo and colleagues have looked at grazing time of sheep in Trinidad, suggesting that the sheep came under heat stress, and also the effect of heat stress on egg production in Tobago. So there already has been some use of heat index for the Caribbean livestock industry. Now we'll move on and look exactly what is the THI. As I said before, it's an index based on temperature and humidity. The impacts of the two are added together, but in different proportions by multiplying the temperature and the humidity by different constants. And these will depend on the relative effect of temperature versus humidity on the species. A number of formulae have been developed by different researchers. These vary slightly, and they are still being refined. In our study, we chose formulae based on reported usefulness in research and applicability to tropical conditions, and for ruminants raised outdoors. So having got TH values, they have been categorized into ranges for the different species and breeds that indicate different levels of heat stress. So a particular THI range that is less than a threshold value would indicate normal conditions, no heat stress, and then higher levels would indicate increasing stress, moderate alert, severe danger, and very severe or emergency. Here's an example from the US of the so-called Livestock Safety Index, showing 3 categories of stress. We see the relationship between relative humidity increasing from left to right, with temperature, which is actually increasing from bottom up, creating the THI values, or the Livestock Safety Index values, color-coded with the white region representing normal conditions, and then increasing heat stress from yellow to orange to red. If we look at this, we can clearly see that there is the interaction between relative humidity and temperature, because at higher temperatures, even lower relative humidities can cause more heat stress. And that's because hotter air will hold more water. Now, we categorize the THI values into these different levels of heat stress, but we should make a couple of provisos to this, that in some ways you could say the specific ranges are chosen somewhat arbitrarily, because obviously heat stress depends not only on prevailing climate and species, but also on the breed of the animal, how well adapted it is to the climate, its physiological state, and practices employed to manage heat stress that are determining the microclimate. Also, as I said, THI formulations vary. Therefore, we must emphasize that these THI categories of heat stress should be taken as guidelines and not absolutes. What could we use the THI for? Well, current and predicted THI values based on current and forecasted weather do inform farm management decisions. And using a couple of examples, if high THI was predicted for the coming week, then the farmer would know that they would need to implement cooling for cows. If increasing THI was predicted over the coming decade, then the farmer might decide that to maintain egg production, the poultry house needed to have some additional heat mitigating measures. And of course, we still have to say that the proviso is that forecasted weather conditions do come with a level of uncertainty. Apart from those kind of practical applications, we can use THI values to look at changes over time to indicate trends that can inform industry and government policy for livestock poultry farming, as well as research needs, and longer term trends to inform national and international goals for food security. And we have examples of that in the State of the Jamaican Climate Reports, the IPCC reports, and coming out of COP26. And of course, the THI can be used in many different aspects in research. So what are these THI formulae? A little bit complex, as you can see here, for ruminants and pigs. Notice T for the temperature, RH. In fact, temperature is used twice in both of these formulae. Formulae used for chickens are somewhat simpler, and rather than using values of relative humidity, normally use values of temperature for dry bulb and wet bulb. And I'm sure most of you will remember whirling these hygrometers to get wet bulb and dry bulb temperatures to be able to calculate relative humidity. How often would you want to calculate the THI values? Well, this depends on the objectives of the investigation and the frequency of reliable temperature humidity measurements. We might want to use hourly or even shorter term microclimatic values to look at short-term physiological responses. We could use daily values of THI for longer-term physiological and yield responses to look at weather impacts, for seasonal heat stress forecasting. And then we could go to monthly values to look at climate variability and climate change impacts. So now zoning in to our study with THI, and this is the title of the paper that Dale just mentioned, characterizing heat stress on livestock using the temperature humidity index prospects for a warmer Caribbean, in the journal Regional Environmental Change issue that looked at 1.5 degrees and small island developing states. The work was spearheaded by Cicero Lalo, and you can see the rest of the team listed here. For our THI calculations to determine temperature, in most of the formulae, we need dry bulb temperature. And for this, we did use dry bulb temperature, and we used the maximum temperature so that we could be representing the greatest likely heat stress. For humidity, for THI ruminants and pigs, we used the general relative humidity as a percentage. The humidity for poultry that normally uses the wet bulb temperature, we did not have for our historical and predicted data sets, but we were able to substitute for that the minimum temperature. So in using maximum and minimum temperature, we were able to calculate the THI for our chosen livestock. We did test the substitution, and it does appear to have a good correlation and give just a slight underestimation compared to wet bulb temperature. So these are our formulae, as I showed before. The only difference was for the chickens, the broilers, and the layers. Instead of dry bulb and wet bulb, we had the maximum and the minimum temperature. I could point out here, look at the different constants that I use for broilers and layers. And this means that for THI values for broilers, there would be a greater emphasis on the temperature as opposed to the humidity equivalent compared to layers, where both temperature and humidity have a more similar impact. Calculating the THI values was done very simply, no specialized software, using Excel. So this is really where I came in. So we produced monthly means from daily values of relative humidity and temperature, and from those calculated monthly THI values. Our climate data came from, for the recent past, came from daily observed meteorological data obtained from the Met Service of Jamaica. And of course, now I pause to say our gratitude for the continued collaboration with the Met Service of Jamaica. And I think Mr. Brown and Mr. Moody, you're online, so hailing you up. We had 3 locations representing different agroecological areas: Bodles Research Station, South Central Jamaica; Norman Manley Airport, Southeastern Jamaica; Sangster Airport, Northwestern Jamaica. And you can guess why we chose these sites, because they have wonderful automatic weather stations available. So now we're going to have a look at highlights of results. And I'm putting up this little table to show how we would use the THA values to categorize the level of heat stress. So if we were saying we have normal no heat stress, for ruminants, values would be less than 74. For poultry, pigs, rabbits would be less than or equal to 27. And then we would have increasing range of heat stress up to very severe or emergency, which would be greater than about 84 for ruminants or greater than about 30 for the others. So let's look first at the recent past. And here we have 4 charts for the 4 different, for the 2 poultry at the top, the ruminants and pigs at the bottom, and looking at the values, the values for THI over the years 2001 to 2012. Now these are box plots. So the middle bar here represents the median value of the year, and also clearly represents the range. So if we look at these, we see the trends are similar for all 4 graphs, where we have fluctuations, small fluctuations from year to year in each of these, for each of these livestock. But if we compare these fluctuations with the differences or the fluctuations within the years, we can see that there is actually much greater differences within year than there were over these 12 years. So there were small, non-significant differences among years, but large, significant differences among months within years. In other words, we're looking at very high seasonal variability. And we can see that better from this graph, where we're looking at the THI values for chickens and pigs over this side, for ruminants over this side, across the year from January to February. And we see a very high peak in the summer months, much lower in the winter months. So although the actual values vary, the trend is similar for the livestock and, as you would expect, tracks the typical temperature profile for Jamaica. Oops. Were there any differences amongst our locations? Yes, there were small differences, as we can see here. So again, we're plotting THI values for the months of the year. And this time we're looking at these 12 years, 2001 to 2012, averaged for the 3 locations. So we have values for Bodles in green, for Kingston in blue, and Montego Bay in red. We can see that the trends do vary for the different poultry and livestock. For example, if we look at the ruminant THI was highest at Bodles, this green line, throughout the year, and this was because Bodles had the highest maximum temperature. Remember, we're using maximum temperature to calculate our THI values. Crossing over, when we look at the 2 other locations in the winter months, so January, February, November, December, the THI values were slightly lower at Montego Bay than in Kingston. And this is because of the slightly lower maximum temperature in Mo Bay. But as the year progresses and we move from winter into summer, the relative humidity increases more steeply in Mo Bay than in Kingston. So we actually have the Montego Bay THI values being slightly higher than those in Kingston in the summer months. If we look a little bit more at this seasonal effect, here we have a table showing the THI mean values for winter in this column versus summer in this column for our 4 animals. And we calculated the increase in THI values in summer compared to winter. So for broiler chickens, it was 9%, layer chickens 10%, pigs 8%, and ruminants 5%. So quite a significant increase in THI values in the summer versus the winter. And if we look back at how we would categorize these THI values in terms of heat stress, we can see, remember we said that for chickens, anything over 30, we get to very high stress. So we can see that most of these THI values fall into one of the categories of heat stress, even in some of the cooler winter months. And I would add that the values that we calculated are consistent with the high values reported for other tropical and subtropical regions. Let's move on now to what we're expecting in the future. We've already got heat stress. What's going to happen as this century proceeds? We obtained future climate data from the Regional Climate Modeling System, abbreviated PRECIS, which provides data for the years 1850 to 2100. Importantly, this is downscaled for the Caribbean, and we specifically used 4 simulation runs that are called QUAMP experiments. We looked particularly at the global warming thresholds of 1.5, remember the 1.5 to stay alive, higher one, 2.0, and 2.5. And of course, this is above the pre-industrial levels. So we identified which years these global increases were expected and used a 21-year range around them to help account for the variability around rates of temperature increase. We obtained values for relative humidity, maximum and minimum temperature for these target years, these 3 target years, and a baseline range from 1961 to 1990. Now, these downscale data are available in 25 square kilometer resolutions, which we can think of as grid boxes. And we use the data from the 3 grid boxes that included Kingston, Bodles, and Montego Bay. Before we look at the THI values, let's look at the year that these threshold increases are expected from these QUAMP experiments. So we had, as I mentioned, we had 4 of these experiments. The names of them are down here. For a temperature rise of 1.5, they predicted that this would occur round about 2020 for three of the experiments, and maybe slightly later, 2040 for the 4th one. Temperature rises 2.0, 2.5, obviously occurring slightly later in the century. And you can see that 3 of these experiments gave very similar expected years. The 4th one suggested slightly later, a slightly slower increase in temperature. So from the data, we calculated the THI values over this range of years. So we've got from 1960 up to just about the end of this century for broilers, layers, ruminants, pigs. And I don't have to point out the trend. It's similar for all 4 animals, similar for all 4 of the experiments. So the individual lines represent the individual experiments. The bold line represents the average of the 4. And these data apply to Bodles. And when we looked at them for Kingston and Montego Bay, we found similar trends and similar magnitudes of increase. So we have, if we think we're in heat stress now, around here, what kind of heat stress are we going to move into later in the century? We actually calculated the increase in THI units that would be expected. So these were the increase in THI units with respect to the baseline period 1961 to 1990. We're not looking at pre-industrial era here, but in our more recent past. So the blue columns represent an increase of 1.5 degree global temperatures, the mauve 2.0 and the red 2.5. So we could see we would expect a THI unit increase of almost 1.5 if we had a 1.5 degree increase, but see what greater THI increases would be expected at the higher warming levels. And this is the same for all the 4 animals. These graphs help us put it into perspective throughout the year. So again, we're looking at what happens across the year from January down to December. And we're comparing it to the heat stress level. So these horizontal lines, these black horizontal lines, represent the threshold of heat stress when you're moving into the very extreme or emergency level. The blue curves, as you can see here in each of the graphs, the blue curves represent what we could think of as the current situation, which is actually taken from the data for 2001 to 2012. And as we saw before, we are seeing heat stress, particularly in the summer months. So if we look for broilers, winter months, November, December, January, February range, where we're at least below the most extreme heat stress, but moving into extreme heat stress by the summer. Similarly for the other animals. If we look at a 1.5 degree increase, which is this purpley line, then you can see that for broilers, when we're 1.5 degrees higher, then we would expect the broilers to be at extreme heat stress throughout the year, no kind of relief within the winter months, and higher THI levels with the 2.0 and the 2.5 degree temperature increase. Slight differences for the different animals. Possibly layers are suffering less from heat stress and will still suffer less compared to broilers with increases in global temperatures. Ruminants expected to suffer greatly, already under heat stress, and in future even more, continuously throughout the year. Pigs a little bit more similar to layers. But anyway, we do see an increased future threat for all animals throughout the year. So putting this together, so currently we could say that heat stress is moderate to severe in the hot summer months, and even the cooler winter months are not always exempt. There are differences across the 3 sites that suggest that heat stress mitigation actions will vary according to location. So producers, extension personnel will need to know the critical periods of the year when management of heat stress becomes essential for their particular location. Just to remind you that our results really do represent the worst case scenario, but we need to plan for that because they have been calculated using the current maximum daily temperature and also at low elevation. And there are many mitigating factors that we did not take into account, such as duration of heat stress, which can be determined by THI hours, that the maximum temperature doesn't last all day long, and there will be recovery periods. And of course, that includes the diurnal variation. So what we're really looking at, just emphasizing that what we're looking at now are the worst case scenarios. In terms of future climate, we expect the Caribbean climate to produce steadily increasing heat stress for animals, which will threaten livestock productivity. The projected increases throughout the century mirror the increases in temperature projected for the Caribbean. We are expecting drier conditions, which will influence relative humidity values. So, and we know that relative humidity and other meteorological factors do influence the THI values, and therefore a lower relative humidity could reduce the expected THI increases. However, the changes in relative humidity will be relatively small, or they're expected to be relatively small, and these would not mitigate the effect of the very significant intensification of temperature. We also need to consider changes in rainfall patterns, sometimes too much, sometimes too little, floods, droughts, and these will reduce pasture and fodder production, which will also negatively impact livestock. So if we think that the mean year of occurrence of the 1.5 degree global increase is likely to be around 2027, this was the mean of our ensemble members, and it is also similar to other research findings. 2027, not too far away. So, although the highest THI change would occur at the higher temperature increases later in the century, we are looking at potentially damaging heat stress predicted within this decade. Conclusions. In ambient field conditions in Jamaica and of course across the Caribbean, animals already experience considerable periods of heat stress. 1.5 represents a significant global warming threshold above which persistent heat stress may be experienced. A global increase of 2.0 or higher will result in even further increases in THI and the highest levels of heat stress all year round. Livestock in the Caribbean under these circumstances could only achieve normal thermoregulation under energy-intensive heat mitigation systems. And Lalo will speak more about this shortly. In the absence of mitigation, the negative consequences on animal physiology and consequent production will be felt sooner than later and greatly exacerbated in the long term. So this work helps support the call by small island developing states to keep global temperatures to no more than 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels. For those interested, you will receive references. I have included all the important references that we used for our study. So I'll just finish by saying that although the use of THI is not novel, it's been used for years now, so it's not innovative per se, but I think we should be looking at how we can make its use and its practical application and under innovative conditions. What kind of, possibly we can have mobile apps, certainly we can have bulletins and forecasts that will be forecasting conditions that are likely to give heat stress and what level of heat stress. So with that, I finish the presentation.
Thank you so very much, Jane. So well presented. Excellent. I really appreciate that so very much. All right, we have a number of interesting persons that have joined us. We have Robert Reed, who is an agricultural expert and somebody who's doing a lot of work with our donors. Robert, thanks for joining us. We also do have a number of other interesting donors, Jane, that have joined us as well. Hopefully they'll give us some money to do some research. One question I want to ask, Jane, if you could answer this question. In the context of the Caribbean, since most of our livestock category are already experiencing high levels of heat stress, how urgent is it for action now? And what actions would you say we could take at the basic level? I know Cecilia will come on later on after the break to tell us a bit more. But if you were the Minister of Agriculture, for example, what immediate steps would you recommend?
Dale, you're putting me under stress.
Well, there's a lot of heat here.
Anything to do with this? We should refer to Cicero. Well, he will expand on it, but clearly there needs to be a review of what is possible and some policies put in place to aid the livestock farmers currently and in preparation for increasing levels of heat stress. And education. I think heat stress is certainly underrated at the moment. If you look at research in the past that from the Ministry of Agriculture, there's very little work done on heat stress. Lots done, of course, on breeding for our conditions, which is obviously indirectly linked to surviving high temperatures. But I think education and providing extension to indicate the kind of levels that are existing at the moment, and suggesting that there are providing the types of mitigation that could be relatively easily put in place, shade, water, misting, fan, etc.
Well, Jane, you've answered it brilliantly. In fact, one of the biggest problems we have right now, if you recall, we had an assessment of the uptake of climate smart agriculture in the agriculture sector. And one of the shocking things that came to my attention as a lead consultant was that we have several extension officers for crops in a parish, but only one livestock officer for the entire parish. Now, if the ratio of extension officers, of farmers to extension officers is about 1,000 to 1, you can imagine how ludicrous it is for a livestock extension officer. What I was very disappointed in as well is that the livestock farmer has way more work to do, because you have to go and check the animals. I mean, when Lalu came, he had a infrared thermometer to check the thermometer, to check the rectal temperature. He also had to be looking at the number of breaths per minute to determine whether the animal is under stress or not. So it's not just go in and look if the crops is in good rigor. You really have to spend a lot of time. And so when a livestock officer has a fraction of a percentage of the traveling that somebody has, a livestock, a crops officer has, when also the schedules don't match. So I might, let's say, let's use a Kingston example. I may want to go, or let's use a non-Jamaican example. I may want to go to Port of Spain to look at some animals, but the livestock officer might want to go to San Fernando. It's not going to work. And so to limit livestock, which as we often say is the forgotten stepchild of agriculture, is a big problem. And I really think if the ministry is serious, and I want to put this plug on, and I want this to be minuted, rapporteur, if we are serious about really addressing livestock, we have to start thinking seriously of giving our livestock officers first of all, more than one livestock officer per parish. Absolutely. 1, and 2, we have to give them adequate travel allowance to facilitate their fulsome travel. It cannot be business as usual. I had the opportunity of visiting about 4 or so farms, Jane, and every one of them, the animals were under stress. In fact, in one case, Jane, as I recall, the man had a fan blowing hot breeze on the chickens, and the coop was below sea level. I mean, who is going to give them extension? It's crazy. And then the water was hot. Right? Lalu had to show them that you could put a little ice in the water to cool the water, So there are some, there were some areas where they had used sawdust on the ground to make it a little cooler. But there were some cases where we found that the differential between the ground and the temperature, the ground temperature and the roof temperature was as high as 20 degrees Celsius. And we said if you wet some coconut leaves and put on the rooftop, it make it so much cooler. There's so many rudimentary things that we can do, but there is not enough extension services to make the case. So I am pleading the case, Jane, with you. I thank you for that suggestion. I am pleading the case by the mercies of God that we stop shortchanging livestock. We really have to give livestock officers more help. You cannot give one officer for an entire parish. And some of the officers is not even men. Some of them are ladies. And so they have a very difficult workload. I have personally interviewed some of them, and they're at breaking point. So I'm really hoping that the ministry, and I know that we have a new minister now, Minister Pernell Charles Jr. I really hope he looks into this, because we are going to lose our livestock. They're already under stress. We can't put them under human stress on top of that. So thanks for that, Jane. Lalu, I know Jane, if I can put a question to Lalu, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Okay, so Mr. Lalu, I know you're going to cover this in your presentation afterwards, but I wanted to ask a question that came out of Jane's presentation. And that is, Lalu, in light of the fact that we have different focus in different parts. For example, in Jamaica, it is said that we are self-sufficient in poultry and chicken, except for chicken back, of course, and chicken foot that makes soup. But what what is the region doing, since the focus in different countries is very different? For example, Trinidad has oil, so they don't mind if they don't have any livestock. They can import as much as they want. Barbados has the Barbados black belly sheep, which doesn't look like a sheep, but is a real sheep anyway. But then you also have problems in some of the other islands where crop takes a way more prominent role than livestock. How do we, number one, how do we make the balance to ensure that livestock gets a fair shake? And secondly, how do we also ensure that we provide sufficient coverage? Now, I'm not sure if Lalu is online. He was online earlier. Jane, have you seen Lalu? I don't know if he's on as a different name. Cicero, are you online? I'm not seeing him. But anyways, this question is open for open discussion.
No, Lalu seems not to be online.
Well, he's presenting next, I'm not sure. But anyways, I'm making the case though. Anybody wants to comment, you can just raise your hand. If you would like to make a comment, how should we as a region, what kind of early warning system can we put in place for heat stress in the region? If you were the minister, the newly minted Minister of Agriculture, and you were asked to set up an early warning system for heat stress in livestock, what would your top 3 priorities be if funding was not a limit? Anybody? If you can just raise your hand virtually, we'll take a comment or 2. Michael is waiting, ready to unmute you. So Sandra Minot is saying heat harvesting and convection exploration, solar energy. Very good. Those are very, very good options. Robert, I don't know if you want to help us with that one. Robert Reed, you're free to speak if you want. Sensitization, all right. That is important as well. Very, very critical. Public education. Any other one? Any other one from anybody else? Just before we go to the break. Sustainable water structure training, selective breeding. All right, recycling of water. Cicero, are you online? We're not hearing you. What name is he under? Margaret Lalu. No, see. Tell him to raise his hand, please. All right, so Maxine Brown, can you go ahead? Can you unmute Maxine Brown for me, please? Maxine, go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you're hearing me clearly.
We are.
Oh, my location. Okay, so I just wanted to say that I am happy to hear that somebody, outside of the general dealings with livestock is seeing what is happening and is sharing that concern about how we are to approach livestock production. And I think what we need are persons who have the data to speak up loudly as well. So when the research is done, and yes, the papers are written, I think the individuals who own the research need to start doing things to get to the policymakers to let them know that we're not just speaking from our feelings, but there's actual research data to show it. And it's important because our cattle breeds that we have developed are currently at risk. And I don't think we're looking clearly on how the heat stress may be affecting them. We're already losing them. We are bringing in new animals under a current program now from overseas. Are we looking at how the heat stress may be affecting them, given that they weren't bred here or would have grown here? So I think persons who have the data need to engage policymakers to let them know that this is a real issue. They are well aware of climate change, but like you have indicated, a lot of focus is on crops. So we need individuals who have the climate change information in the same way that you're stressing it and can show them the devastation from crops. I think that is what they need to see, the devastation that can happen to livestock if that is not taken on board. And as somebody further indicated, capacity building for farmers to let them know that they also need to be aware of climate data to make decisions. Crop farmers are being sensitized to it to say, well, yes, when you're going to get heavy rainfall and how that may affect your production. Livestock farmers also need to be cognizant of that. to say, well, how is it going to affect your forage production to make it available for your farmers? How is it going to affect your animals? We have farmers losing piglets from being too cold, and all these different sorts of impact that it can have on your animals. So I'm really encouraged by it to see that, yes, somebody who is, from a climate perspective, persons are pushing for more support for the livestock sector. So I just think we need to keep that momentum going. And for all the climate persons who have that data to engage policymakers from a livestock perspective. Thank you very much. I'm very passionate about it. I could go on and on with it of the time. So thank you for that.
We noted the same issue you did, where heat stress. After the first paper we published with heat stress, there's a concept called radiative cooling, and we've done some investigation. There's some data that was collected in a parish here, and that data was collected from a standard enclosure where chickens were concerned. But we are not looking at this from the commercial standpoint, because the commercial man would have the money to install a large extractor fan, ensure that things are kept at an optimum base. So we went at more or less the small farmer. This is a person who's going to take whatever material he has around to build the roof and build the enclosure around the chickens. And we had a weather station there for a little while. And in some instances, you'd be surprised to see what kind of temperatures the chickens would get to. And for that, there was also some mortality of the chickens as well. So, you go in, you tally, you make a note of how many died at night and stuff like that. So there was nothing necessarily to keep the chickens warm at night either. What radiative cooling offers, and this is a science solution, is that we choose your building materials, or we apply something to your building materials, be it paint or something else. And what that does is it keeps you cool during the day. And in some sense, we are trying to get to a point of keeping you, if the chickens require warmth at night, the material itself will actually retain some of that heat to keep you above the outside temperatures. So that is something that is currently being worked on, and it's hoped that at some point in time between now and the end of the year, we'll have something to produce from that.
Well, Jane, that is very, very encouraging, because with the radiative cooling plus the whole notion of solar radiation management, which has now gotten significant traction in the climate change debate, that would be particularly useful. And it's a simple solution as well.
Yes.
So thank you very much for that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Dale?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something. One of the observations that I have made in going through the region, especially for small farmers, is when you look at the house design, there are issues. The roof are much too low. So of course, and with the galvanized, and sometimes there's no shade around. This just promotes heat stress for the chickens. And I remember the case. I think we went to St. Thomas, and this lady she was in layers. And when I calculated a loss in eggs, it would have been more than 40,000 Jamaican dollars over that period, probably a 3-month period or so. So these issues are very critical for the small farmers.
Yeah, Lalu, that's a good point. In fact, she by her own admission said she lost about for each of her coops, she lost about 4 chickens per day or something like that, if you remember well.
Something, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
And she had about 4 or 6 coops. So imagine losing 24 chickens every single day because of heat stress. One of her coops was directly under a tree, Dr. Campus.
Yeah.
That was considerably cooler than the other ones. So Lalu, I wonder if maybe one of the recommendations, as Jane was saying, coming out of anything having to deal with improvement is the kind of material, the building material that you use. Because the galvanized zinc is cheap, everybody just go with that. But it may not be the solution at all.
But the other thing is that although you use galvanized, you could insulate inside the roof, put an insulation within the roof that would assist in reducing that the impact of heat in the house. So You know, there are simple measures that the farmers could take, and they need to be advised. And I agree with you about having more livestock extension people. And then they would need to have specific training in climate change and method of attenuating climate change on the livestock.
Yes. All right. So somebody was asking a question or making a clarification. To my certain knowledge, there is one livestock officer per parish. That is my understanding, not per extension area. I think I wrote the report on this, so I'm fairly confident I can say this without fear of successful contradiction, unless somebody knows otherwise. The problem is, within a parish, there are several different extension areas. And so when you have one livestock officer per parish, you really cannot offer any extension services. And I've had personal interviews with persons on this. All right. Somebody is saying, Atto Lewis is saying, a recent trend is to place a ground-mounted solar PV at a height that the livestock can shade under. And this also aids the performance of the PV. So thanks for that. Or somebody say can place a PV on the roof. Somebody please check on WhatsApp, YouTube to see what they're saying. Somebody was adding to Maxine's response. Maxine, somebody's picking up your response, saying that researchers need to engage the technocrats at so that can make the rest of this out. Yeah, you can actually paint the roofs white.
Yeah.
It's one of the ways that actually can help to minimize your heat accumulation. Yeah, so that's something that's true. Education and construction of appropriate materials, that's also true. Rural designing, Dr. Anila is asking us about that. The problem, Moya, as you could understand, it is well and good for us to say to somebody, buy this material because it's better for you in terms of your losses because it's more heat resistant and so on. Right, Walter? When the rubber hits the road though, and the guy has to make a choice between buying that more expensive material and buying food for the chickens, he's going to choose the cheaper option. In the same way that choosing an incandescent bulb makes you pay more light bill than buying a fluorescent bulb. But when it goes into the store, the fluorescent bulb is $600 or $1,000 and the incandescent bulb is $50. He forgets about the light bill, he's going to buy the $50 bulb. So there are some educational issues that we have to address. I agree that it's not easy at all. So yes, there is a template that we had done. Lalu, with your permission, after your presentation, after the break, we can probably put it up on the screen. We had a suggestion of what an early warning framework should look like. Now, Jay, this was not for the Caribbean. It was just based on a Jamaica consultation. So we can show everybody, we can explain what the agencies are, so you'll have an understanding what the equivalent agency would look like in your country. So Jay, I'll send that slide to you. You can doctor it for me, and then you can send it to Michael so we can project it when we come back after the break. So we can probably just have a look at power on that. All right, we are over time, but I think it was well worth the interaction. We didn't want to do that. Lastly, somebody's saying there was a pig farmer whose housing unit would get extremely hot during the midway. So a recommendation was made to put a simple misting system with a timer, and it works perfectly today, and the pigs are happy. Well, I'm not sure how you know when pigs are happy, but I imagine that less pigs are dying. But thanks for that. We really appreciate the interaction. I'm not one that believes in cutting off interaction in the middle of the thing. So I want to thank everybody. Audience, can you give me a little hand clap again as we go into a break? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gina. Thank you very much, Dr. Cohen. We deeply appreciate your taking the time to share with us from the very cool UK. If you could send us some of that breeze over our side, it would help us with the heat stress. When we come back after the break, and the break is just going to be a 10-minute break, we will go straight into Lalu's presentation. He's now looking at actual impacts on Caribbean livestock, the lived experience, and Lalu is uniquely positioned to do this. He's done tremendous work, has more journal articles than I could talk about. We said more than what John write about. I'd like to use this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Mr. CCRIF Lou. He was for many years a lecturer in the Open Tropical Forage and Animal Production Laboratory, Department of Food Production and Agriculture in the Department of Food and Agriculture, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus in Trinidad. He's been engaged in livestock research regionally for over 30 years. Lalu, as we call him, his mission statement is to use my God-given gifts and talents to enhance protein security in the CARICOM region through livestock production and to train the future generation in animal production so as to ensure protein and food sovereignty for future generations. He's worked with Sugarcane Feed Center for 10 years as a livestock productionist and 25 years at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus in Trinidad and Tobago. Lalu, though he sounds Trinidadian, is a born and bred Jamaican. He's just married to a Trinidadian and lived there for too long. I just add that for free. He's retired since 2018 as a senior lecturer in animal science with over 60 publications, 60 peer-reviewed publications, which is a record, and has trained a number of students as regional researcher at the MPhil, PhD, MPhil, and BSc levels. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome with me Mr. CCRIF Lou as our next presenter.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as we all know that globally livestock is an integral component of global agriculture. And of course, contribute directly and indirectly to human food security and many value-added products to their welfare and well-being. The English-speaking islands of the Caribbean, or CARICOM, are particularly vulnerable with respect to the impact of climate variability and change. Generally, temperature will remain fairly constant, with the highest value occurring in the period between June and August, and present a major challenge for livestock and livestock farmers, since there's often need for cooling to prevent adverse impact on their production and reproductive performance, and also their thermoregulation. As we all know, and Jane spoke about this, that the climate change will exacerbate these challenges in the Caribbean, especially with respect to increasing temperature. Both the IPCC and the Caribbean studies have reported that the range will increase from 0.7 to 1.8 degrees by 2050, and 1.1 to 3.2 by 2090, which also a critical temperature. The critical global warming or global temperature rise is to be expected to be at the 1.5 level. Above that, you saw what Jane spoke about. We're gonna be under serious stress, right? So we know that there will be an increase in warming in the Caribbean based on what Jane have spoken about. And of course, we look at what happened in terms of the THI. Now, we are expected that there will be, which has been predicted by the climate change group in Jamaica, that we expect to have very hot days and nights in CARICOM, and this will continue to increase between 30 to 98% of days annually by 2090. Now, one of the significance of this is hot nights, because with our livestock, they generally can hold within their body about 1 to 2 degrees Celsius. But the cooler nights will allow the animals to give up this heat so they could reset their body to deal with the next day onslaught of the climate. If the animal cannot do this, then this will further increase the stress on the animals, with its, of course, negative impact on production. Just to share with you just a pictorial representation of heat stress, how it impacts the dairy animal, because one of the animals that are in terms of ruminant that is particularly sensitive to heat stress is the dairy animal. And I know that in Jamaica, milk production, and with most of the other Caribbean, are very critical from the dairy cow. I will just put a plug here just to say that we in the Caribbean have been negating the dairy goat for milk. I remember as a boy growing up in the country in St. Thomas, my regular morning drink was goat milk. But you don't see it around very much today. However, when we look at what we expect to happen with the dairy cow, you will see that there will be an increase in respiration. You will see that there will be impact on reproduction, milk production, and also milk composition changes that will take place, and an increase in rectal temperature. All of this is, of course, driven and controlled by the hormonal changes which takes place in the animals. So you have various hormones, prolactin, oxytocin, estrogen, and so on, and growth hormone, and the glucocorticoids, which of course will impact how the animal respond to the effect of stress. Now, when we look at some of those potential stressors, you have the environmental stressors, which Jane elucidated in her talk when she talked about the humidity, the wind, the rainfall, the solar radiation, and so on. The impact on the animal and how the animal responds will have to do with the intensity of the stressor. Also the duration, how long are the animals exposed to these stressful condition, and what time, the time frame the animal is given for recovery. Hence, it is the increase in nighttime temperature would be very critical and important to the animal's recovery. How will the animal respond? Well, generally, animals have certain normal behavior. They would graze if they are at pastures. Animals would have their immune system that would actually protect them against certain diseases and bacteria and so on. And worm burden you also have. Then the animal would have the normal physiology, that the normal respiration rate. For example, most dairy cattle, sheep, goat, while they are at rest, the normal respiration rate would be somewhere between 25 to 35 breaths per minute. Of course, if we look at the animal coming under stress, all the normal behavior are disrupted. For example, from studies that we have done, what we see is that when the animal is under stress, they will look for a shade on the tree. They'll spend less time grazing, therefore there will be less grass or food intake. Impairment of immunity will allow animals to succumb to disease or bacteria or microbes or stuff that have been in their environment that didn't affect them, but with an impaired immunity, this will affect them. We see that in dairy animals, for example, where they are an organism within the environment, but if their immune system are impaired, then you will see them coming down with mastitis and those things, which is an infection that takes place in the udder. In terms of the impaired physiology, you will see the animal will increase their respiration rate. Do you see animals that sweat, like the cattle, they will increase their sweating. And also you will see an increase in rectal temperature and heart rate. These are some of the physiological factors that will be impaired and affected by the environmental stress. What are and some of those physiological signs that we would notice of heat stress? Of course, I just mentioned some of them, but just to give you some figures, for example, with breaths, animal respiration rate between 80 to 120 breaths per minute would indicate that these animals are under moderate stress. Of course, by the time you get to 120 to 160 breaths per minute, this is very, very strong stress the animals are under, and severe heat stress would be greater than 160 breaths per minute. Now, for some species, as the respiration rate increase and so on, you could lead to things like respiratory alkalosis, which is what happened in some of these species that as they continue and the heat stress continue to impact on their respiration. And of course, when we look at the rectal temperature, that's critical to lactating dairy cows, for example, is a range of 38.5 to 39.5 degrees Celsius. Now, what I should also mention is that these response are also influenced by the cow adaptability. For example, we have Jamaica, that's an adapted animal developed in Jamaica. So you find that they would respond less than, say, Holstein cattle that are not fully adapted to Jamaican condition if they were just fairly imported. For example, here in Trinidad, we at one stage we had the Great Holstein, and we had the Jamaica Hope at the field station. And we conducted a study to look at the rectal temperature in the morning and the afternoon between the two breeds. What we found was that the rectal temperature for the Great Holstein animals under the same grazing condition were 0.30 degrees Celsius compared to 0.27 degrees Celsius for the Jamaica Hope. Then, of course, one of the critical things we have to look at is the direct effect of heat stress that on growth rate, on feed intake and growth rate. Now, the feed intake is considered an indirect effect, which will be due to forage availability, particularly in the dry season. When we look throughout the Caribbean, remember that most of our animal production system, which are dependent upon grazing, are rain-fed system. And therefore, during the dry season, what we would normally see is a chronic nutritional deficiency in these grazing ruminants. There are economic consequences to that. One example is that in Tobago, where they're largely growing sheep, we have itinerant butchers from Trinidad, and they would go to Tobago during the dry season to purchase animals. Why? The farmers would have serious problem with feeding the animal with a forage supply and so on. And therefore, generally, they would buy or purchase these animals from the farmer far below the price of those animals. So the farmers, from an economic standpoint, they lose. We talk about the suppression of the immune system, which increase the animal's susceptibility to various diseases. One that is very common in our part of the world, especially among our small ruminants, is worm burden. Of course, for your larger ruminant too, and therefore this has to be managed. And if the animal immune system is depressed, then the animals succumb more readily to those worm birds, which could actually lead to death of that animal. The question that we have to ask, though, is how do we adapt our livestock production system to meet the thermal challenge of our current and future climate, as to put what Jane was alluding to. So we need to adopt risk management strategy for the consider and perceived thermal challenge, and then potential consequences and response according to reduce the impact of such challenges that we would face. Some of our mitigation action will include provision of shade, modification of the environment by housing. In some cases, we may have sprinklers or other active cooling system. For example, where we use tunnel ventilated housing for broilers. In the future, it would suggest to us that we may also have to be using such system for layers. However, one of the drawbacks to this is the energy source to be used, and as such, if we of course are using the municipal power grid, then this will also not help the impact of climate change. However, we could actually look at wind and solar power, which are more sustainable energy systems that we could use in these for these housing, these housing. Conservation of forages to be able to use, such as making hay or silage, which is done in Jamaica, I know, and it's a bit of a challenge. Having that hay that you could feed to the animals during the time when forage availability are low due to drought problem or issues. Now, I'd like you to take a look at this this graph. And the very interesting thing was that at the university field station here in Trinidad, we had imported some Jersey heifers and the thing about these Jersey heifers, they were pregnant. I remember at the time one of my colleagues said, "You guys are in livestock are really crazy. You're bringing pregnant animals into our climate." By the time they reach to the airport, they will all abort, and you know, you would lose all of that. You all have to be very crazy. However, we brought these animals in. We had a very, very brilliant colleague. God rest his soul now, he has departed. He was a physiologist. And I spoke to him at length about this and my concern. One of the things he did, he said, "Cicero, we'll organize as soon as these animals land, we give them some heavy doses of vitamin C," which we did. Nevertheless, these animals were also had to be turned out to pastures. So what I did was to monitor these animals for a period of time, basically up to about 15 weeks, while they go out to pastures. And we took their rectal temperature. So the pattern you're seeing is that these animals, it took actually about 8 weeks at pasture, and those pastures had good shade. By the time those animals started to adapt to the system, as you could see how close the difference is between the morning and the afternoon rectal temperature. So during the first 7 weeks or so, the animals were under stress. We also did some look at some other profiles, which I didn't present here, but we looked at the blood profile, and of course that showed that the animals were under stress because there was a reduction in the amount of eosinophils that were present that slowly rise after time. Now, we also looked at some physiological parameters for the Jamaica hoop at Bodles, and we also did that for Surge Island dairies, which of course are two different ecological zones. As you could see, if we look at the rectal temperature in the AM, there were 3 genetic lines at Bodles that we looked at. One was design, count, and chief. But you would have realized that there are really no significant difference in the morning temperatures, right? But when we look at what happened in the PM, you could also note that they basically all the temperatures for those animals were quite similar. However, if we look at the respiration rate, in the morning, they were normal, as 30-31. In the afternoon, they were similar. You see they were in the region of 41, slightly increased. And this would have, my explanation also is the fact that these animals were also subjected to shade. Now, when we look at surge on the right-hand side, we look at what's happening with the Holstein animals at surge and the Jamaica hoop. you will see in the AM period, the rectal temperature for these animals, the Holstein and the Jamaica, were quite similar. 38.7 for the Holstein and 38.4 for the Jamaica hoe, right? And of course, that was not, there was no significant difference between them. When we look at the rectal temperature here in the afternoon, you will see that the Holstein animals were 39.5, slightly higher, 39.2, but they were not significant. One of the things that should be pointed out here is that the Holstein at Surge Dairy were in the islands for more than 10 years. So this shows these animals have adapted to the condition, and therefore you would hardly see much of a difference in the rectal temperature. When we look at the respiration rate, you could see that the respiration rate in the Jamaica hoe was slight, just about 1 point lower than the respiration rate in the morning, and the respiration rate were different in the afternoon. For the Holstein, 81 compared to 76. However, the difference here was there was significant difference in respiration rate in the morning for Jamaica compared to the afternoon, whereas there was no difference between significant difference, that is, between the Holstein in the morning compared to the afternoon at Surge Dairy. Now, this is what are some of the response when the animals are under stress. Now, remember I said you will have behavioral responses when we looked at that diagram on the impact of stressors on the animals. So you will see here is at Bodles, and these animals are the Jamaica Black, and you will notice that all these animals are jostling to find space under the tree for shade. And this is one of the significant behavior that you will find not only in cattle but also in small ruminants. In this, on your right hand side, what we are looking at here is one of the Centennial Livestock Station in Trinidad, where all those animals are under shade. They're seeking shade during the day, and this is one of the measures of behavioral measure that we will see in a ruminant seeking shade. Now, this is to me, this is a very unique situation that we don't normally see within the region. And these are the Holstein animals at Surge. And I think this picture was taken somewhere probably about 1 o'clock or somewhere around there. And these animals are wading in these puddles of water in order to be able to cool themselves off. And they're standing in the water here to do that. I know that in some of the other countries, they actually provide areas with water so that the Holstein and other dairy animals can actually get in to help to cool themselves by cooling their feet off. Now, we talk about the impact of heat stress will have on milk production and also on the chemical composition of milk. Now we look at in particular, we want to look at the seasonal effect on in terms of, you will see that in the dry season, you have the milk production is much higher than in the wet season. Now, it is not only heat stress that is responsible for that, but I had a PhD student who looked at the nutritional value of pastures in Jamaica for both beef and dairy cattle. And what came out was that the energy content of the grass is much higher in the dry season than in the wet season. And this, of course, has to do with the amount of moisture that would be in the grass in this period. And this may be part of the explanation why we see a higher milk production during the dry season. Again, we look at some milk composition parameters, but the most crucial one that we want to look at is what happened with your milk fat. And you will see that the Holstein has a much, well, not significantly more. So although there is a significant difference here in terms of milk fat production, which is 4% compared to the Jamaica Hope, which is 4.1%. No difference in total solids, but when you look at the solid non-fat, you will see there's significant difference in 9.4 for the Holstein, whereas the Jamaica Hope is 9.3. So you will see there are some differences there. You'll also see that there are differences between the dry and the wet season for the fat content in the milk. Right, so the composition is also will be affected by heat stress. Now we look at sheep. These are what we call in Trinidad the Barbados black belly type, and one of the problem with the production system in many of these areas, these animals have to walk long distances to and from pasture. And this increases what we call walking stress on the animal. And of course, they tend to reduce the growth rate of the animal and increase the maintenance cost to these animals. Now, one of the behavior that we also observe when we look at hair sheep. Here was hair sheep that actually are at pasture without shade. And what we noted is that most of these animals will try to push their head under the belly of the next animal. And there's a wise guy on the side. He decided to lie in the shadow of the rest of those animals. And this is one of the behavior that we have observed with our hair sheep in the region. We also did some studies at in St. Elizabeth with the imported Doper, and they had the Doper cross with the St. Elizabeth sheep at Hounslow. And we'll notice, we look at the rectal temperature between the Doper and the crossbred, and you will see that you have lower temperatures in the crossbred than the doper. We look at what happened during the different season. In the dry season, you see the temperatures 39.07, and in the wet season, here we tend to see the temperature are lower, 38.95, although there are no statistical significance between them. And with the crossbred throughout the seasons, you will see there are lower temperatures in those crossbred. Again, no significant difference between the season for those crossbreds either. At the Borders Research Station, they also carry out breeding work, research work on goats. And we did a study at Borders, one of our students for their BC project. And we look at the respiration rate, the heart rate, the rectal temperature for the purebred Boer goats at Borders. Of course, these animals had access to shade and water. And you will see the respiration rate in the morning is basically 22.4 breaths per minute. And that in the afternoon was 29 breaths per minute. And this was significantly different between the morning to the afternoon. We saw the heart rate, 73.2 in the morning, 78.7 in the afternoon, but there was no difference significantly between them. Rectal temperature, we see a similar trend where the morning temperature was 38.4 and the afternoon was 38.8. Just slightly higher in the afternoon. Again, this was not significant. At the bottom, you will see the ambient temperature for the animals in the morning when they were indoors and outdoor, and also the THI when they were indoor compared to outside. We also look at some of the respiration rate for the imported doper and the doper crossbred with the St. Elizabeth sheep. In particular, we see that the doper respiration rate were 47.36 in the morning, but the crossbred had, had slightly higher respiration rate, right? But again, there wasn't any, statistically, there was no significant difference. So for all intents and purposes, we could assume that there's no really difference between them. Any difference may have been due to chance. Similar, you will see a similar trend when we look at the seasonal effect on the respiration rate. Now, we want to switch now to look at the effect of heat stress on non-ruminant in the basically broilers and layers. Now, the CARICOM food import bill is up around $4 billion US. Could be a little bit more than that because this data would have been a little bit dated, but we are producing roughly over 122 million dozen eggs per year, and we are close to 100% self-sufficiency with regard to egg, except for around Christmas time when some countries will have to import some egg to take care of all that baking of black cake and whatever during the Christmas time, because the demand actually will go higher than our supply. So as you see, this make egg production a major part of our protein supply from the poultry industry, which also enhance our food and protein security within the region. Now, when your poultry is under heat stress, well, we have, for example, this diagram. We need to take a closer look at this diagram. You will see we talk about heat, which basically temperature and humidity. And of course, we'll use this to develop our THI index, as Jane explained earlier. Now, once the animals start to move out of its comfort zone and start to you find the animal will start to pant. This is one of the reaction to the elevated temperature or elevated THI level beyond the bird's comfort zone. One of the things the animal also do in an attempt to reduce the heat produced within its body is tend to decrease its activity. Not only that, but if you observe animals that are under heat stress in the pen, they will tend to lie on their side and burrow into that litter and spread their wings out, that they could get airflow under the wing where the blood vessels are exposed to the skin and very little feather under the wing to impede air movement and heat loss. They will also reduce their feed intake and increase their water intake. Now, from a physiological point of view, once the animal increase panting beyond a level, then it will impact the ionic balance that takes place within the animal to keep it in homeostasis. And so we have a condition that called respiratory alkalosis that the animals suffer. This will, if you have layer and they're experiencing respiratory alkalosis, there will be very, very thin shell being produced because of the hydroxide, and the calcium. So you get what we call, you'll see a lot of thin shell eggs. And of course, you end up with an acid-base imbalance. The net effect of this is that it will decrease performance. If it's happening with broiler, you will see poor feed conversion. It could increase mortality, and of course, it will impact ultimately on the farmer's profit. If you're dealing with egg, as I said, you will also see poor feed conversion. You will have increased mortality among your birds, but you will also see an increase in crack eggs, which the farmer won't be able to sell. And this will also impact on his profit.
Lalu?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Just looking at, I think this is a strain of bird that are used for layers in Jamaica also. This was a study done in Tobago. It's the Novagen Brown. And this just shows the actual production, hen-day production of this bird in open-sided house in Tobago. We look at the PHI values, which Jane had already shown for heat stress. And then based on the study we did, we look at the effect of the THI in these on milk production. And you could see from this curve, actually once you pass that critical zone, remember Jane talked about it, over 30, when we get down to these 32, 31, 32, you get a tremendous drop in the amount of egg being produced. We did some figure to look at what a drop would be in egg production. Of course, we got a loss there of about over 3,000 TT dollars, you know, and I mentioned the case of in St. Thomas. What happened to that farmer egg production? Now, 80% of our meat that is consumed in the region comes from chicken. So that would also emphasize probably just how critical is our protein supply when 80% of our meat consumed in the region come from broiler. And we know there are a number of threats to broiler other than climate change. We talk about disease and these various viruses that we have had around. The two types of housing you're gonna find in the region, in the more developed region, you have Jamaica and Guyana and Barbados. More because of the system of production with the integrators, you'll find more and more of those broiler chickens are actually produced on the tunnel ventilated house. Nevertheless, more than 50% of the chicken that is produced in the region come from naturally ventilated houses, as you see here. We did in Trinidad look at what are some of the microclimate in these houses. We looked at, these are 4 houses in Tobago where we did our study, and we look at the microclimate in those houses between the morning and the afternoon, both in terms of temperature and in terms of the relative humidity. Now, generally, most of the temperature inside these houses were outside the recommended environmental temperature range, excuse me, for broilers, and outside the established thermoneutral zone of between 18 to 24 degrees Celsius for bird reared in tropical region. The rectal temperature normally when we look at range from about 40.4 to 40.6 in the morning, compared to 41.7 to 42 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And of course, rectal temperature of each stressed broiler normally range from 41.7 to 41.8 degrees Celsius. Pigs, when we look at pigs, pigs are also non-sweating species and are much more sensitive to hot weather and prone to heat stress. One of the drawbacks is that pigs have a relatively small lungs and thick subcutaneous fat. However, the new genotype of pigs that we are now rearing in the region, what we call the white line pigs, these pigs produce more heat than the older genotypes that were used in the past, and therefore they are more sensitive to climate and climate change events. Now, you will see certain behavioral changes. One of these is lying down so that the body make greater contact with the floor, so that they will lose more heat due to conduction. They will lie down so they don't touch each other, and they tend to spread out from each other. Now, pigs in our intensive housing cannot huddle, but pigs that are outdoor, you find pigs will huddle. Those that are not stressed, but those that are stressed will not huddle. In the intensive system, they do not have the opportunity to engage in wallowing, which make a significant impact on the pigs' ability to lose heat. There is just an example of the pigs. They are lying on the floor, and these floors are really the metal slatted floor, which is good because it will also help to remove heat. And there's a channel underneath which allow air to actually blow through and come up through these metal slats. Okay, Dale, I'm finished here.
All right, Lalo, thank you so very much. Really, really appreciate it. I am very happy. I noticed this animal is not stressed, so he's jumping up and down. But thank you so very much. You can stop sharing screen now, Lalo.
Yeah, I am coming to that.
All right, so colleagues, we've had a very good series of presentation on heat stress. We have a little exercise that I want to get into, but there is a question that was asked by Walter, who is one of our guests that is actually in studio. And so Lalu, this is directly for you. He's asking if we become more efficient at production in livestock, aren't we locked into a vicious cycle? Because it is known that livestock contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions in two ways. One, because of the digestive ruminant system in the stomachs of these large ruminants that have 4 stomachs. And B, because of the fact that there is a large methane content in their droppings or in their feces. And methane is 300 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So the question then is, if we are going to become more efficient at producing these animals, aren't we contributing to the problem? Aren't we creating our own enemies then, essentially?
Okay, that's a question that often come up when we talk about livestock. But I would go back to say, when I did animal nutrition and we look at how energy is partitioned in the animal, the methane emission from the animals are really relatively small proportion compared to things. However, the issue of methane being one of those greenhouse gases is well taken. But we have certain forages that could, and the biotechnology feed additives that can be placed in the feed that will reduce the production of methane and lead to a more efficient utilization of the energy. Because these the methane gas is really produced by certain microbes. they have been looked at things that will actually reduce the level of those microbes in the room, and that will reduce methane emission from thing. But one point I'd like to make is that when we look at our level of livestock production that we have in the region, I am not of the opinion that we would produce a significant alarming amount of methane as what sometimes is projected for the other larger developed countries. But
okay,
of course, we have methods of assisting in reducing the methane content that would be produced in our production system.
No problem. Thanks for that. We have two hands up, Maxine and Steve, in that order, please. Go ahead, Maxine.
I didn't realize I didn't unmute myself. So good afternoon again. I just wanted to support what the 2 points that Dr. Lalu had made. One, in terms of what we feed our animals to reduce the carbon emission or methane emissions, and also in terms of the type of production that we have here that would contribute significantly to greenhouse gas effects. I'm also, and I think the jury is out on this, because I'm also seeing research that is showing that although a lot of persons have been highlighting the whole issue of cattle and methane and all of that, they're saying that the carbon that comes from the animals, it is broken down after 10 years. So this effect of having cattle producing that kind of impact on the environment, giving the impression that it just keeps building and building and building, is not true, because after a certain amount of years, it is broken down. So like I said, I know I've seen some studies that have been mentioning that, and I think that is the angle that we need to take it from if we're talking about developing our livestock industry further, because it's really about getting research data that is proving what actually is happening. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dale. I just wanted to agree with Cicero, as I often do. Great to see you, Cicero. We go back.
To you, my friend.
We go back a while. No, but I think that it's no longer a big debate about cattle producing methane. I think it all has to be seen within the context of a wider debate, a debate that has to do with food sovereignty, that has to do with production modes, and the fact that we are low carbon producing producers generally. And it's to agree with Maxine in that we have technologies now, the feeding of ionophores, and so that Cicero probably didn't want to get into, that could affect the overall regime. I think a lot of the flack coming out of livestock production has to do with, Amazon type production where large areas are being cleared and so, and the net impact of livestock production. But our production systems, as I hope to show later on when we do the CSAC tool, is not a great contributor to the overall carbon emission output. Thanks.
All right, that's a good point. I mean, and I agree with everything that everybody has said, except Steve, of course. Well, even Steve. I think the one point that we have to remember, though, is if we use the point just made by Maxine just now, along with Steve and Lalu, we would find that they said numbers don't lie, right? So from a global perspective, not talking about small developing states, I guess it will always, as Steve would point out, it will always be a part of the debate. Let's look at the mathematics, right? Carbon dioxide, everything is relative to carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide has a heating capacity or a heating potential of 1 unit. It stays in the atmosphere for 100 years. So if you have 1 unit of carbon dioxide gas, right, and you multiply it by the number of years it stays in the atmosphere, you get 100 units. Let's look at methane, right? By what Maxine just said a while ago, it has a 10-year lifespan. So it has 10 times less than carbon dioxide. But the heating potential is 300. So 100 times So 10 times 300 is 3,000. You're comparing that 3,000 with 100 for 1 unit, the same 1 unit. So it's not something that will totally disappear in the rubric. And in countries like Argentina, where cattle rearing is the thing, it cannot be ignored. That's the truth. The problem that we have to talk about is litter management. So there are things like biodigesters, for example. There's a company, and because this is being broadcast live in Jamaica and around the world, I can't state the name of the company. But they no longer need to buy propane gas to power their cooking. They have a wonderful bathroom facility. They don't charge you to use the bathroom, even if you're not buying anything. Why? Because they use your effluent, turn it into biogas, and cook them food. And they have saved millions of dollars. I went there and saw it myself. I asked the manager, why don't you share this? Is it that you don't want other people to know? And the manager said, no, I would be glad to share the information. But you know how we Jamaicans stay. We're going to say is do the food them selling. It's just how we stay, right? Even though there's a clear delineation between the production and the gas, right? There are many people also that's using the droppings from chicken feed to run their farms, right? If Riverton was a landfill and not a dump, right, we could have trapped the gas from day one and we wouldn't have the bad smell. We would have methane gas to run the entire Kingston metropolitan area, all right? But most of the refuse that goes to the dump is organic material, all right? And paper and all that stuff. It's not compostable, it cannot give it a gas. And so we have this constant problem all the time. So part of it has to do with how we actually trap the gas. There's biodigesters, the Scientific Research Council, SRC, I think, has a whole raft of different biodigesters that you can use of different sizes, different shapes. I think Julia Brown, who's the expert there, has done tremendous work on that. So the thing is actually there. But as Lalo was saying,
please do not steal my thunder, Mr. Moderator. Can we leave the greenhouse gas emissions to?
No, I will. I mean, I didn't know you have a thunder. I know you have a volcano. But we will see. But no, we won't get into that. Anyways, I want everybody to look in the chat now. There is an exercise there. There's a YouTube link. There's a Dropbox link. Somebody has said it can't be downloaded. It can be downloaded. When you click on the link, can you post it again for me at the bottom of the chat? Somebody, please. When you click on the link, right, it will take you to a Dropbox page. You don't need a Dropbox account. All right, so click on the link on your phone, right, in the chat. It will bring up a first introductory page that has some instructions on it. Look at the top in the taskbar, you see something, download, click on that link and you'll be able to download the file. There are several different spreadsheets in the file that Jane is going to take us through, all right? It's really a simplified version of how to calculate THI. If you have anything in Excel, I will click on the link and show you what to do. Because it's really a drag and drop link, right? It's not difficult at all. There are a few little things that you need to do. For those of you with basic knowledge in Excel that know how to plot a graph in Excel, it's very simple. Mike, can you enable my screen? I want to share my screen just to show them how simple this thing really is. So I'm going to share my screen in just a few minutes and show you what it is we're doing. So this is, as I said before on day one, this is not a talk shop, it's a workshop. We're here to do work, all right? So I'm going to enable my screen, I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm going to show you how simple this thing is, all right? You enable me, Michael, yes? All right, so let's share screen. Okay, so if you have clicked the link, this is what you should see. The first thing that is going to come up is this page, all right, saying using the THI, the temperature humidity index, or the thermal heat index, to characterize heat stress. All right, so normally Lalu and Jane would go in a dark room and with Jack and do some magic and come up with some figures. But we have actually put it in a spreadsheet. So you're going to use the Excel spreadsheet to actually calculate the value. Somebody can monitor the chat for me, please. Okay, all right. Thanks for that, Kay Edwards. All right. So what you're going to do, the spreadsheet has hourly values that shows the daily or diurnal fluctuation. It has some monthly values that show the seasonal, and it has some projected future values for the future. All right? All right. So I'm going to ask Jay. Jay, can you come, please, and just help us with this part? All right. So Jay is going to moderate this part. All right. He's going to show you how you can drag the data from one side and how you can just autofill the sheet, right, by just double clicking. But Jay is the expert on this part. So Dr. Jay is coming. All right. So let us know when if you have downloaded the file, just type yes in the chat so we know how many people have done it already. All right. So if you look on the first sheet, for example, Dr. J, you'll see that we have already done the calculation for this one, right? So all we're asking him to do is to highlight all of this and drag it down, and they can just triple click and just follow the instructions. All right, thanks, Jay.
Sir Lalu, feel somebody says they're unable to on their computer.
Yeah. Me too.
So Sir Lalu, at any point in time, feel free to jump in.
All right, no problem.
All right. All right, so if you're like me, I'm just gonna put the mic down for a second. You highlight the entire row. That's a single row that has been calculated for you before. In the little corner, you will see that little notch, and you can simply, in some instances, click and drag all the way down. So you click and you pull down, and as I pull down and let go, it starts calculating based on the formula. Or I could simply, there's this little icon there that says fill with formatting, fill without formatting, or I could just triple click. If I double click, it simply fills all those rows for me, going all the way down with that data. Right, so you realize in one simple go, we've calculated ruminant, pig, and rabbit THI. Sir Lalu?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Okay, great. So if we look at the ruminant THI, we could note that you have the figures would indicate that some during some of the periods, animals would be in the moderate period, and of course, if you were a farmer looking at this figure, then we would say you would get alert. You would be alerted that things are changing, and so you would have to start consider what decision to make in case this THI goes further. If we come down here, we could look here and just that
Right,
okay,
so
if we like 84.3, you realize you have gotten into the very severe area emergency that you must take some action to help alleviating that stress on the animal. It might be a dairy animal, and again, I should point out, if you have a dairy animal and that animal is giving you over 20 kilograms of milk, that animal will be very sensitive to heat stress. And therefore, by the time that you get into the range of 79 and over, you're into what we might call very serious times.
This tends to be a very simple sheet, and what you saw me just do was actually just very quickly highlight what was very, very severe. All I did was actually select the conditional formatting, and I can make that red. I can also add a little bit more. So I could be looking for values between a particular range, and I could make that the green color, so I know at that level is normal. So somebody looking at this sheet, let's say, you have a weather station, or you get data hourly, and you enter the temperature data and the relative humidity data. What would happen is that it would automatically calculate for you, and it will color code, whether it's in yellow or red, or green to say it's normal. Or if it's going into the yellow, you're entering that realm of being, some bit of moderate alert. But once it gets very red, you realize in the middle of the day, after 10 o'clock, after that 10th hour of the day, you're looking at almost a 4-hour period where it's under severe stress. And it's quick to see from the highlighting. Very severe.
Yeah. Yeah, an example here in Trinidad, we were doing some grazing studies with some Great Holstein animals. And what we saw was by the time we got to about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the day, all those animals were under the tree ruminating. And some of them weren't ruminating, which tells me that at that point, those that weren't ruminating were under some serious stress. So when you look back at the climatic data, you would have, at that time, the THI would have gone over that 80.
All right. So the activity, as you can see, the activity is there. And for this, we are taking the hourly file. We've already done the highlighting from D to F, and we've dragged that all the way down to the bottom. And we've given you some highlights of how to actually pick out where those values are. The second objective, as you can see on the screen, is to plot a graph of THI over time for the chosen animal. We can choose ruminant, you can choose pigs if that's your interest, or rabbit if that's your interest. But you can choose to play around, all right? So in Excel for me, it's insert, and I like clicking recommended charts so I can actually get a nice look. And I also like having the data points highlighted as well. So I've now inserted a chart, right? I should be able to move this to a new tab. You can select the 2D line, but I like this one, I'm sorry. And I'm gonna move it to a new sheet. So I have my chart. If I wanted to change the type of the chart to that 2D chart that's there, I can change my chart type. And what you're being asked to do is select the 2D or 3D type of chart. So you have all the charts there, and you can actually go through and play with whichever one works best for you. So you have a 3D chart, not us. All right, and you can do a combo chart if you wanted to, but I'm sticking with my chart. Dr. Jane Cohen,
Hello.
over to you now. Over to you now.
Okay, thanks, Jay. I think you've done the hard part and shown everybody basically what the rest of the exercise is involved in the rest of the exercise. As Cicero noted, and you highlighted, the THI increases from 1 a.m. and peaks around that period, 10 around to 10 a.m. around to 2 p.m. and then decreases again at the end of the day. And Cicero had mentioned recovery periods. So this clearly shows that whereas you will have the peak period in the middle of the day, there is later in the evening and down in the night when animals could recover. Another exercise we can look at, after having looked at these hourly effects, is plotting some monthly data. So in the next worksheet, this is the third worksheet, that's titled THI Monthly. Here we have January down to December. The average temperature calculated from daily values. In column B, we have relative humidity in column C. The month is repeated, and that's only done so that we can easily draw a graph in a moment. Then we have similar calculations for ruminant, pig, and rabbit THI. And they have been done for us in the first, well, in row 2. So if we look now at column E, and look in row 2 of column E, you see the value 85.0. If you click on that, you'll see the formula in the box above. This is the THI formula that is used. So that includes the temperature for January, the relative humidity for January. And then we can calculate it in exactly the same way that Jay showed us by putting the cursor in the bottom right-hand corner of that cell, the cell containing the value 85.0, put the cursor on that little box in the bottom right-hand corner, catching it with the left mouse button, holding it down and dragging it, or double-clicking and filling it, so that we automatically calculate the THI values for the other months.
Guys, remember, this is a proposal for a kind of a type of early warning system. It's pushing that way. And, you know, I'd like for you to think about how this would work for your local context. Maybe not necessarily an Excel file, but just think about, you know, a system where that climate data is being fed in automatically, and the thresholds that are being calculated. What kind of alert system would work for you? Is it something that you want the farmers to have, or is it something that, you know, an extension region or a parish or something else? Just kind of think about it like that as you go through this exercise, please. Over to you, Dr. Jane.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, indeed. We're doing the calculations here, but we need to, what we're really getting to is how we can use them to cope with the heat stress that's currently and expected to increase. So here we have calculated, and Jay has done it for us, the THI values for the ruminants, for the pigs and the rabbits. Jay, you could do the same thing by using the conditional formatting to highlight the values where we would be exceeding or at the most severe levels. which is for the ruminants, it would be at 84, anything 84 or over. And well, we only need to look at these values so we can see that they are quite extreme. And we can also plot a graph. First thing I ever do with data is to plot the graph. Plot the graph to see what trends are occurring. You can see if you have any odd values and then decide what to do with them.
Or any outliers.
Or exactly those outliers, which do sometimes creep into your data set and need to be accounted for. Sometimes they're real, sometimes they're just some type of a typographical mistake. So we can plot a graph, could choose one of the livestock. In this case, you would need to highlight the column headed month in front of your chosen livestock. So highlight both those columns and then insert a graph. In this case, you can use again a 2D line, or you can try with a scatter or play around with the different graphs. Thank you, Jay.
So I think you want to see the 2D line.
Would like to see the line that shows the THI with months against month.
Right.
Right. This is a scatter. If you do use a 2D line, then you'll actually get the months as labels on the 2D line is found. You can find it. I think it's this one. The middle. That's fine. Yes, that's lovely.
All right. There we go.
Right. A line graph. So we can see how the THI values vary from January. A little dip in February, so presumably here we had a slightly cooler February, and then increasing again. Not much difference between March and April this year, but increasing to a peak. What was that in September? In fact, yes, September is very slightly higher than August. Yes. We're looking at the differences here. Really little differences in the values from June, July, August, September, even into October. So you see the cooling down is really not occurring until November, December. And these data, I put little notes in if you're interested in more information about these data. If you click in the cells in the first row, a little note will come up. For example, if you click on the cell, that is column A, row 1, and you keep your cursor in there, if you click on that, you'll see that these were data from Bodles, Clarendon, and averages of the years 2005 to 2008. The temperature represents the mean daily maximum, and the relative humidity is the average is a monthly average from mean daily measurements at 1300 and 1900 hours UTC.
I noticed Mitchell, and she's asked the question twice, which is why I'm laughing. So, hi, Dr. Mitchell. How do you how do you put the line across at a critical temperature?
Well, Yeah, well, okay, you know that, Jay, you take it.
No, given how acquainted we are, I will leave you to take it, Dr. Cohen.
All right, well, I am not that well acquainted with Excel, so I use what I know, and that is inserting. Oh, hold on, where's it gone again?
Sir.
I need a graph.
We have a chart here.
Okay, yeah, I have to find a chart on my laptop.
Okay.
So in this case, once you've highlighted your graph, you can insert under the tab that says illustrations and find the option that gives you shapes. So having highlighted your graph, under the insert tab, go to illustrations, click on that, and then under that you have another menu which gives you the options of pictures, shapes, icons, etc. So then select shapes, and then you can pick any of these types of shapes. If you simply want a line, then you would just select the second from the left at the top row that says line. Then your cursor changes and becomes a little cross, which is saying that now you need to go back to your graph and or wherever you want on your worksheet to place your line. So if I'm looking for, I would then look for 84. That's one of the critical THI thresholds. I would put the cross where I want to start the line, click on it, and then drag across horizontally to the other end of the graph, release, and there you have a line.
So that's the very, very.
Yeah, are you able to do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I just did it.
Lovely.
That's one way of doing it.
That's one way of doing it, yes.
Another way of doing it is simply to add a data field to it. So if you're well aware that your critical threshold is, let's say, in this instance, is 84, I could literally go here and do 84. And so in essence, what I would end up doing is for every day that is there, I would literally have an 84 going across in that graph. I hope I can move this.
Okay, sounds good.
So every line there, every single point here will have 84.
Yes.
If I go to my graph and I say I'm adding a data point.
Oh, right. You're adding data, yes.
Come on, pop up. Yep. Add. And I could even do this. Series name, series range. Right. Y.
These would be Y values, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So I need to go back to my hourly. I'm starting there. Ending there. And series 1, series 2. Let's hope this works. Didn't work because this line is there. I have 1 point here. Why do I have 1? Because it didn't change. Sorry, my bad. I'm adding select range. X values are 1 to wherever. Good. Y values.
Okay, we're getting into somewhat advanced use of Excel.
Okay. And now if I remove the line I drawn before,
Yes.
it simply means I can change this line from being a line like that, but this is now highlighting exactly where my threshold is.
Yes.
And that would work. And you can do that for any other threshold. You can change this line if you want. You can make it not a line with no markers. And so it just shows up as a line. And you can run this a little bit longer if you wanted to. So it shows you exactly. I can also shade values below a particular level. Again, that would be take a little while, but you can put in your lines if you want to.
And the advantage of your way is that it stays there.
Yes, and so no matter how you shift the graph and how much things you add, will stay there. But if you use the first method and you add other data to the graph, the line will stay where you've left it, but the graph may shrink. And so the graph may shrink outside of that.
Right, and so you have to continuously adjust any line that you draw using the insert method that I showed you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Somebody's asking the process for inserting the line. Repeat that process.
Okay.
Yes, you could do that as well. So you can insert a legend so that the color line here is just going to show you that it is just the critical value for. So when you're talking about your legend and your other things that you want to do, you can now click here and you're doing a legend. And so you could rename this one to be whatever you want it to be in your legend. So instead of series 2, it would be your critical, your very heavily stressed animals. To go back through the process of inserting this, in the hourly, what we did was simply create a column with the threshold value that we wanted to put in. After selecting that column, we're simply going to add that as a data point to the graph. So once you select the graph, you right click and you're selecting data, and then you actually click add and you're adding your X values and your Y values to it. And then you plot, and it will actually create a line for you right there, wherever you select. So let me add the secondary threshold value now. So before that, let me ensure I have space here, and I could, let's say, add 79. So I'm adding 79. Right, and somebody just asked me to repeat. So I'm going to actually include 79 as a threshold. So right-clicking the graph, selecting data, add data. I'm going to select my X values. When I click this range, I'm going to go back to my hourly, and that's my X values. So start here. What I'm pressing is Shift and Control. And I'm going to press down, and it's simply going to select everything until there's a break in the data. And then I'm going to actually press the down arrow now. Then I'm going to do the same thing for my series Y values. And my series Y values start at H2. And I'm going to press Shift and Control, go down, and then select that, and then press OK. And so I have a series values now. When you're looking at 79, it's saying that much of it exists. If you remember where we're starting at now, so this now gives you a context. Right? Much of what you're looking at, much of the animals are in severe, there is some danger there. Looking at the graph now, adding those lines, you can see that for much of the time scale that you're looking at, there are very few hours where the animal gets a break. Very few hours, almost none throughout the day. All right. Dr. Jane, Dr. Lalu, over to you.
Well, what that would mean from a management perspective for a situation like that, if the farmer do not make any intervention to this situation, it's likely that he will, if it's a dairy animal, he's gonna lose milk production, and therefore his his income will be severely affected once he's in that range. So he will have to be able to make some modification, whether he's gonna put in a sprinkler or you're gonna have them in housing. I'll give you an example. In Trinidad, there was a farmer, and he in his area, and he was suffering serious heat stress problem. So what he decided to do, he built a barn where he was keep his animal indoors during the day. He would bring them some grass and so on, but he would let them out at night to graze. And for a while, things was running beautifully until he had some pre-deal larceny issues. So I know being in Jamaica, pre-deal larceny in livestock was a serious issue. And so I'm just saying that technically we may make intervention that makes sense, but we also have to take these things within the social context in our society.
Okay, that's true. No, at the start of this and some point in this, I asked persons to consider just how they could see this working for them. Whether or not this is within a setting of an Excel file that they have, or just a report that comes out that says, you know, severe, moderate, what for the respective, whether it be the ruminants, be it the rabbits, or be it the pigs. What is it that, you know, you would like? This is the start of it. This was, as Dr. Rankin said earlier, this didn't exist before. There's nothing there. And this is our attempt to actually try to address that issue. So we're looking for your feedback to see what exactly would be needed. And I'm opening the floor now. I'm not sure if anybody has their hand up. First and foremost, was this exercise useful? You don't need to raise your hand. You can simply say yes or no, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes.
Yes. I see Maxine Brown with a hand raised. Go ahead, Maxine. Maxine, I think you're unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Oh, yes, I just got unmuted. Okay, so as you have indicated, it's the first kind of information that is really targeting livestock in a wholesome way where we can see everything together, the whole picture on what is happening and have the data to support it. So what I would say now is that this type of information is information that needs to get to the policymakers. We have a new Minister of Agriculture that is coming. It's a young minister. So it is individuals that we want to target to say, you know, this is the way of the future. We have to be using the technology and the information that we have to make plans going forward with livestock. So I think this is where we have to start. We have to start promoting it. I think more presentations with this data is going to be needed now amongst the different technical experts, just to emphasize that when it comes to climate change, we need to stop focusing just on crops, but we need to really seriously look at how it's affecting our livestock industry. So I think it's really to start promoting the fact that we do have concrete data that is showing what can happen to the animals, and we do have this tool that can help us to see for ourselves like you're saying, when are some of the critical times, and to use that as a guide to say how we should guide our production practices. So that is how I think we need to start moving forward, start moving it further, start linking again with the research institutions, start engaging, for example, CARDI and board with research stations to help to promote it, and to, as I indicated, link with the policymakers who are the driving force, who will let, who are able to get resources to push some of the activities that the farmers would need to engage in based on the data that we have.
Maxine, thank you so much. I'm happy to hear it was found useful. I see Sir Lalu had his hand up as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm listening to Maxine. You know, very often I say that we livestock practitioners in the region actually come in like John the Baptist. We are a voice crying in the wilderness. Because I've been to several conferences, and the only thing you've been talking about is what will happen with the crop, what will happen to these. And there's hardly a voice standing up for, excuse me, for livestock. And we need to understand that livestock is also a very critical part of the tapestry of our agriculture in the region. But I know one of our biggest problems when we look at the import bill, and you see that the high import bill for livestock products. And one is not surprised, because in many instances, this is because of our Chamber of Commerce. I remember once speaking to ex-Prime Minister from St. Lucia, I wouldn't call name, and we were talking about that at the SCR one night. And his answer that was, but every Monday morning, there is these business and commerce people knocking on my door. But I haven't seen a farmer that come knocking on my door asking for anything, and that is significant. So that I think the livestock people need to start making some more noise.
Agreed. Just one point. The part of the reason I ask, and there are two other hands raised. Part of the reason I asked, to think about how you use this tool and everything. I'm sorry. I know there are persons from Met here, and I'm sorry. I'm dragging them in. They're my friends, and I'm dragging them in. If the proposal was made that, for a year of reports, just sorry, I'm going to say, a single, be it $100 Jamaican for the year, just $100 Jamaican. You are paying $100 Jamaican to support this data coming out to you in a text message form. Today at 10 o'clock, every hour you get that text alert that says, normal, or your animals will be under stress today, before let's say 3 hours or 4 hours in advance. You get up or you go taking them out at 6 or 5 or 4, and you hear they're going to be under stress. You leave them in that shaded enclosure. And if they're not going to be under stress, then you take them out. But would persons be willing to pay just that $100 Jamaican for that? All right, but I saw two hands. Dr. Cohen, go ahead.
Thanks, Jay and Lalu. These are all the critical points of the exercise. I just want to point out that I know we don't have any more time to go through this, but there are some other data in these other worksheets in this Excel file. We could look at an example of future projections. We could look at the THI for chicken and look at how the temperature, the THI values change depending on the different values for temperature and relative humidity. This called TRH combos. And the last worksheet, the THI is already calculated, and can just have a look at how increasing THI was shown to reduce egg production, and these are Lalo's data. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cohen. Thank you so much. But guys, you realize there's a wealth of information there. We do not have enough time to go through everything. Dr. Cohen, you again? Go ahead.
No, sorry. I'm just trying to get my hand down. I think I accidentally put it up.
All right, there's one other person who had their hand up. All right, so that's it. No other person had their hand up. I'm just going to check the chat for any questions. And I'm not seeing any, but guys, the information is there. I can fully, Maxine again. and Maxine, you have the last word before we wrap up this section.
Okay, I just wanted to say, oh shucks, it almost missed me, because you asked a final question that you were saying in terms, okay, I remember what I was going to say. I was just trying to say that I know that when livestock persons speak, it's almost like we're speaking to the converted. So which is why I said I was happy to hear persons outside of the livestock arena, the direct livestock arena, persons in the climate change arena who has that wider scope, who sometimes go to these meetings where they're not necessarily saying they're inviting a livestock person to that meeting, but there are these climate change technicians that are out there. We are saying to you who are the livestock persons, open the eyes and ears of other individuals that you may be meeting in these types of forums to let them know that, yes, we too need this kind of support. And so the more voices that are out there pushing and promoting this sort of intervention, then that is where we get traction, because livestock persons speaking to livestock persons just speaking amongst the converted. We need other persons to really understand what is happening, which is why I say get to the policymakers, get to other entities who are a part of the value chain of the industry to let them also speak up about what is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maxine. Guys, before we leave, I'm sorry. My interface with climate has led me to the point of thinking I can have all the data in a single back room, and you'll hear them talk about me in a little dark room all the time. But I can have all that data, I can have all that good data in a little back room, but none of it means anything to anybody else if it's not communicated in a way that's useful to them. And part of my push for that outside, you'll see a little later where I am looking to digitize every single tool we have. Any interface with another sector is going to be a digital interface eventually. So even if we're talking through the interface, we're looking at an Excel sheet now, there is going to be either a mobile application or a web application. So it becomes easier. After this point, it's not the case that, if your machine crashed or, the share space gets taken down, you no longer have that. You will be able to now literally consistently go to the same space and fetch all of these tools, be it that we're talking about the agriculture, or we're talking about the climate, or we're talking about something else. We're trying to give you one unified space with all of these tools. And as such, I'm asking if this is something that's urgent. And based on what Maxine said, and based on what Lalou said, this is something that is urgent and is needed for that final push to ensure that, it's not just in the wilderness talk. It's more, I am being heard, and there's data to support from another field what I'm saying.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. Thank you for staying with us. We're happy to have you, and we're back here with our session to continue. Thank you for those of you who have stayed with us. We are going to switch gears now a little bit. We have been talking about quite a few things for a while. One of the things that we have always said before is that agriculture is a seamless whole. So you can't...
Not hearing you, Dale.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, of course, one of the things that we have said about agriculture is that agriculture is a seamless whole. You cannot talk about agriculture and just talk about crops. You can't talk about agriculture and talk about livestock alone, and so on. I just think it should be the Ministry of Agriculture, and in that it should be implicit that you're talking about crops, livestock, fisheries, and forestry. So for me, Steve, I don't know if it irks you, but it irks me when I hear them say the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, as though fisheries isn't implicit. But that's another thing. But on that note, I am very happy to welcome our very beloved Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox, who is the Deputy Chair of the Fisheries Advisory Committee in Barbados. She is an experienced ocean professional in fisheries management, a specialist and a mother of a 3-year-old aqua toddler, she calls him. And his name is Shea Ocean. Shelley-Ann has more than 10 years experience in fisheries management and applied interdisciplinary climate-related research. In her role as Deputy Chair of the Fisheries Advisory Committee in Barbados, she is well known for building productive partnerships with national and regional fisheries stakeholders. She's also passionate about the promotion of digital technologies in building the resilience of the Caribbean and the fisheries sector in particular to climate change, variability, and change. Shelley is fun-loving. She's a fantastic individual, somebody I've known personally for a number of years, and I could think of no better person to do this presentation. So, audience, again, would you help me to welcome Shelley-Ann with a little hand clap? All right, thank you very much, Shelley. Thanks for staying with us. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Dale. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. As always, it gives me great pleasure to speak about the Caribbean fisheries sector. I'm very passionate about how we can work to revolutionize the sector as it relates to innovative ways of integrating technologies. And this afternoon, I'm going to speak to you along the theme, Building Climate Resilience in the Caribbean Fisheries Sector, Opportunities for Integrating Digital Technologies. And my colleagues have done an amazing job to give background information about climate-related impacts and so on. So you have that context. You know that the fisheries sector is particularly vulnerable to climate change and variability. And what I'm going to present to you this afternoon is first look at those climate stressors and impact pathways. We will look at how it affects not only captured fisheries, but aquaculture as well. I'm going to focus in on coral bleaching and sargassum. Sargassum is another area of expertise that keeps me intrigued as well. And then I'm going to look at the promise of artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, as well as deep machine learning and some of the applications that are already happening in the Caribbean. Okay, I also forgot the Internet of Things as well. You know, these sensors and other innovative technologies that are being used in pilots around the Caribbean. So without further ado, I'm going to start by first giving you a look at some of the main climate stressors impacting the fisheries sector. Now, climate change has been significantly disrupting fisheries and aquaculture globally. In the Caribbean, our fisherfolk are really at the front line on the fight against climate change. They're fighting to maintain their catches, their income, and of course, their livelihoods. And what this means to us is that our food security is at stake, or even our maritime heritage, our culture, that social fabric that has been knitted by coastal and marine culture. Fishing goes beyond just fishing, but, all the tales and all that rich culture and heritage at the coastal communities. So this is really why climate change does present a problem, and how are we going to really mitigate and adapt to it. So we're looking at warmer seas, sea level rise, strong hurricanes, less predictable sea conditions, changes to ocean currents, extreme weather, and ocean acidification. And looking at those stressors, these are the impact pathways. So we're seeing impacts to biological productivity, captured fisheries, aquaculture, communities and livelihoods, even governance. And I'll go and explain these one by one briefly, so you have an idea of the impacts that we are already seeing. And then wider society and the economy. Now, Looking at biological productivity, we are already seeing disruption of marine food webs, damage to critical habitats. We'll talk about coral bleaching and coral death as well in a couple of slides over. Reduced growth and productivity of fish stocks, change in distribution of fish stocks, fish kills from low oxygen. Looking at capture fisheries, these are marine fisheries, we're seeing lower yields, change in species caught, reduced safety at sea. It's really hard to see a lot of fishers that have been missing from St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Jamaica this year, especially. St. Lucia, there is actually still 3 fisher folk missing. So this is something that we really need to work on. We're seeing more damage to infrastructure, gear, and boats, increased travel time, reduced days at sea, and greater operational cost as it relates to aquaculture. And we spoke, about heat stress and other things. We are seeing increasing diseases incidences, reduced freshwater supply in drought conditions, more damage to infrastructure and equipment, and increased operational cost. Looking at communities and livelihoods, we're seeing loss of income, reduced well-being, reduced health and safety, loss of physical assets, and threats to cultural identity. I'll talk later about how our flying fish landings in Barbados has decreased by 52%, and we are known as the land of the flying fish. It's on our dollar, it's all around the country, it's been used in marketing. So with a fishery threat, it's a threat to our cultural identity. And then governance, for instance, we know that some of our stocks are highly migratory, so hence not one country can manage that stock. So, there may be a change in shared stock boundaries. We may have to come up with, bilateral or multilateral type arrangements to manage these stocks, like as it relates to, appropriate geological skills with governance, increased importance of engaging fisher folk in management. And this is something, over time that is getting better. You see fisher folk sitting on fisheries advisory committees, giving input. You see fisher folk leading in management and even in surveys of population assessments, for example. So the tide is changing there. And then integration of sustainable fisheries in the blue economy. And we know this emerging blue economy fisheries is one of the mature and important sectors in the blue economy. And, many people have said that the response to the COVID-19 crisis could be a blue recovery. So hence another reason why this sector is so important. And finally, looking at wider society and economy, increased poverty and reliance on social protection. I really enjoyed that presentation by Ms. Phillips this morning, looking at those products that they're exploring and implementing. Reduce food security and nutrition, reduce revenue generation and foreign exchange earnings, especially as it relates to exports. Barbados, Trinidad, and Grenada, for example, are producing high quality, high grade tuna to markets in the US and beyond. Disruption of fish supply or the value chain. And then finally, adaptation and mitigation cost. So now you have a good idea of all the impacts pathways that have been affecting the fishery sector. And, there's lots published on this and documented, although there are also anecdotal reports as well about some of the impacts. And, I'll speak to some of the ongoing adaptation measures that we're attempting, but, there's still a lot of work to be done. So simply put, what to expect by the end of 2100, warmer seas. We'll see sea level rise, stronger hurricanes, less predictable sea conditions. We're still not sure the changes in currents, although we have anecdotal evidence to suggest that there is, fishers are seeing more green water, slightly smaller waves. We're seeing more heavy rainfall events. And of course, with the ocean acidification that are affecting, commercially important species like conch and other carbonate type creatures, all of these are the things that we can expect by the end of the century. So looking more closely at coral bleaching, and many of you will be familiar with coral bleaching, but essentially what happens is, corals can tolerate a certain type of temperature, just like the livestock, they get stressed. And when they do get stressed, that plankton that lives with them is expelled. They have a symbiotic relationship. Once it gets too hot, it leaves and the corals turn white, as is illustrated in the photo on the left. But sometimes the coral can bounce back after. But if the heat stress, continues for an extended period of time, it does lead to coral death. And, we've seen significant bleaching events. We've seen some bleaching in Barbados. I've heard about reports in other Caribbean countries. Trinidad for sure had more widespread bleaching this year as well. Now, what does this mean? It means less living space for reef fishes, and reef fish are a commercially important species. I know the Jamaicans, you love the parrotfish and other reef fish, and as well as the lobster, very high commercially important species, less living space. The reefs provide that coastal protection as well. The reef is also important for coastal and marine tourism. It's, some place to go to see a beautiful reef in terms of the diving part of tourism. And, just to show some of the ongoing adaptation measures, there is a Caribbean Coral Reef Watch Bulletin produced by the CIMH in collaboration with NOAA. And this is produced monthly. The latest issue was released in December. I've dropped some links in the chat, but I'll drop them again. And you can see, key messages as it relates about the bleaching. There's an alert level guide as well. That is good guidance for managers to use in terms of, operationalizing a response to bleaching. Of course, we know that some of the response to bleaching has as well to do with land-based sources of pollution, keeping our water quality in a good sense. But that's coral bleaching, and of course, quite impactful. And then sargassum. And sargassum influx events. Many of you would know that this has been impacting the Caribbean for a decade, or more than a decade now, since 2011. And the negative impacts are great and multi-sectoral. We've seen impacts to fisheries, tourism, environment, and health. Even last year, October, for energy, Puerto Rico, their power station was affected by the seaweed getting into their pipes. And, thus was part of the reason they were getting several power outages in Puerto Rico then. So some significant impacts, as sargassum has been called, hazard, symptom of climate change. It has been even called as well the golden tide. I like to tend to call it, the golden jewel, and we'll talk about how it can be an opportunity in just a bit. But, Professor our Pro Vice Chancellor Hilary Beckles referred to it as the great single threat to the Caribbean's tourism industry. And of course, we know that, 2018, which is still our worst year to date, there was significant amounts of sargassum on our shores in Barbados, stat higher than 6 feet. Resulting in, exorbitant costs in cleanup, estimated to be 120 million in 2018. And looking at this satellite image from July 2018, You can see it stretched from West Africa to the Gulf of Mexico. And this, my colleagues referred or dubbed it the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, over 8,000 kilometers of sargassum. And of course, lots of research going on in terms of remote sensing and forecasting. I'm part of a team that produces a sargassum outlook bulletin for the Eastern Caribbean. I coordinate the team. We're due to produce an issue by the end of the week. So I'll share that with you to include in the workshop resources. But looking at fisheries and the direct impacts that it has on fisheries, it clogs fishing gear, it impedes navigation. We've seen entanglement of engine propellers and rudders. The engine overheats because the kind of berries from sargassum gets into the engine intake. And then it hinders access to boat and jetties, resulting in lost fishing days at sea. So, we're seeing major disruption of fisheries. As I was saying, we saw reduced dolphin catches, but then we started to see catches of juvenile dolphin fish or babies. Because, the sargassum started to bring the dolphin fish closer to shore earlier in their life cycle. And then we started to see a huge reduction of flying fish. But a bonus was that these amber fish that weren't caught before were now being caught. So my colleague, Professor Oxenford, and I, we worked on a report that looked at some statistics of dolphin fish and flying fish landings from 1994. This was to just before 2018. And we saw a 37% decrease in dolphin fish landings and a 52% decrease. And looking at the contribution, that dolphin fish has is 25% of all of the landings in Barbados, with an ex-vessel value of 2.5 million and an overall value of 6.7 million. And then flying fish accounted for 60% of all our landings. Recently, I heard the Chief Fisheries Officer report that it's down to maybe 30% of our landings now. But of course, an ex-vessel value of 2 million and an overall value of 19 million. So you can see the significant impact that sargassum is having on the fisheries in Barbados as it relates to the data that was available for illustration. But now we're seeing these amber fish, and the market is now demanding the amber fish because of the absence of the flying fish. And there are some other impacts being positive impacts, seeing more, a few other species, smaller lobsters as well. So not always dwelling on the negative, but we must see the positive side of things. So how are we responding to this? I spoke earlier about a sub-regional outlook bulletin that our team produces. And it's a 3-pager now because we are working on an experimental 6-month product. Right now we are in development trying to work on a 1-year product because, working with the users, they are recommending that they might need more lead time so that they can plan accordingly. So some of the users are entrepreneurs and innovators, of course, who need, information as it relates to getting funding for their startups. They need to show, and what we've seen that some of the challenges that exist is that there's unpredictable supply. Some years there's lots of sargassum, and then a couple of years there will be limited sargassum. So there are challenges to exploring this as an opportunity, but of course the science is, every month really we're seeing 10 and 20 publications of researchers in the Caribbean as well as West Africa working on the issue. Our colleagues as well, Meteo France, in collaboration with CLS in France, they're producing weekly bulletins actually for Guadeloupe and Montserrat. NOAA and their AOL team. They're doing inundation reports, and the University of South Florida is doing a monthly bulletin as well too. There's not really a forecasting component as such, but it's more on the monitoring. But we also collaborate with the University of South Florida, the University of Southern Mississippi, and CLS in France know as well in the production of these bulletins. Under the SAR Track project, of which University of Mona is a partner, they are looking at piloting an experimental bulletin for Northern Caribbean as well as West Africa. So hopefully soon there will be a similar product for that would speak more to Jamaica and other Northern Caribbean countries. Now, sargassum, the golden jewel, exploring sargassum as an opportunity and looking at sargassum as, sargassum value chains. There are a multiplicity of uses for sargassum, some that are actually being produced and piloted as we speak, and then others that are quite, are just, concepts right now. My colleagues and I had worked on producing a sargassum uses guide that documents over 20 different uses of sargassum. Here, this is adapted, this figure is adapted from a figure in that guide, but you can see what 1 ton of fresh sargassum could produce. And this, of course, this data was produced in partnership with the entrepreneurs working on producing these products. So 1 ton of sargassum could get you 2,220 pairs of shoes. But of course, as it relates to 99 sheep receiving 1 week of seaweed supplement in their feed, there's actually a young guy in Jamaica working on goat feed using sargassum. So quite interesting. There are St. Lucian entrepreneurs, a few in Barbados as well. Most recently, I've met some persons working on an autonomous drone for harvesting sargassum. So quite some exciting research going in, innovation in harvesting as well, retrofitting boats. So, and as well as the type of booms and different configurations from stopping the sargassum from coming to the beach and then using the boats to remove them. We've also seen concepts around refineries to produce alginates, for example, that can be used for cosmetics and other things that could lead to pharmaceuticals and so on. So the possibilities are endless. I'm trying to keep to time, so I can't go into all the detail, but I'm going to share the links to some of these resources. So thinking about sargassum as an opportunity, we have to think of it as a value chain. My colleague, Kareem, and I, we led the writing of the white paper, 2021 white paper, and we thought that it was very useful at the time to, illustrate the sargassum value chain and the different entry points so that people can understand that, cross-cutting activities are needed along the chain as it relates to research and development, quality control, as well as having the environmental and social safeguards in place. And, at each stage as well, you will have different actors, different impacts to the environment as well. But it's good to look at it through this lens as we go forward so that we can, create the kind of regulatory framework that will be needed to produce high quality products going forward, being cognizant too of the fact that, sargassum has been known to contain heavy metals. So that is sargassum. So we've looked at coral reef bleaching and sargassum, two big impacts to the fishery sector, and some of the ongoing adaptation efforts. Of course, on producing knowledge products does help us in terms of responding to some of the impacts. So here is a list of several communication tools and platforms where you can get information. You can get forecasting information as well to help you pre-position sources and inform responses. And feel free as well to drop me a note if you need more specific information. There is a sargassum repository with lots and lots of information that you can access. So looking at all of that and the innovation and so on and the research that's going on so far in terms of coral reef bleaching and sargassum, there are other parts of fisheries and fisheries value chain as it relates to promoting traceability as well as supporting fisheries management. And where are the opportunities for integrating technologies? Now we've seen, and I call it the promise. So we've seen how the promise of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain technologies have been used to support fisheries management and even the development of seafood enterprises. So first, I wanted to look at how we're using some technology to monitor marine ecosystems. And there's a project called BlueBot in Barbados that has been using these semi-autonomous underwater robots. So when we say semi-autonomous, you can use a remote control, but then you can train it to navigate on its own as well. And these are being used to collect marine data for a growing data lake. So it collects pH, sea surface temperature, salinity, and other water parameters. Right now, they have been using, they have a huge growing data lake, deploying it at different areas in Barbados. And then I guess the added value, of course, to this project is that they're using machine learning algorithms to classify, batch, and compress these labeled data sets. So this is one of the inputs there. I work with this team in terms of, offering some advice, and we are going to look at some of what I've listed here as potential applications. These are some things we're going to test out later this year. But right now, some of the data analysis is being used for fish and coral species identification, looking at coral bleaching or disease detection, invasive species detection like lionfish, for example. And it was also used when there was the significant volcanic ashfall event. We had lots of impacts to the reef after that event. The water with low visibility for almost a week after as well. So there was some impact to the coral reefs in Barbados after that event. So that's the work that they are working on right now. And we are going to use the robot as well as the artificial intelligence algorithms and deep machine learning to look at sea egg stock assessments. Here you can see what we call the diadema or the black sea urchin here illustrated in this photo. But we have been doing sea egg population assessments since 1999 in Barbados. And actually fishers have been doing these surveys on their own, and then they report to the Fisheries Authority. But we're going to use the robot this year to accompany the fishers and train them as well how to use the robots to conduct these assessments. So the robots, of course, can identify, once you build the algorithms, they'll be able to identify the individuals and calculate it. Of course, you always need to do the transit method to validate this, but using these robots saves time. It keeps our people safe as well. So, we use it to make our work a bit more efficient, but sometimes the robot pick up things that we can't see with our human eyes, hence why it has been proposed to be used in terms of coral reef restoration monitoring, because sometimes the growth of coral, is so, you can't really measure it But, using, looking at different images and getting the computer to look, using algorithms to determine growth, this can be done. In terms of fish aggregating devices, we recently deployed 6 in Barbados, but there are over 3,000 FADs in the Caribbean alone. And there has been a lot of talk right now about creating smart FADs, FADs that are climate smart, have satellite beacons, they have other equipment, but we can also use the robots in terms of monitoring and surveillance at the FADs. So we're going to embark on that again this year as well. And mariculture, the robots can be used in mariculture, to count the fish that you are raising, as well as look at their temperatures. There are lots of, well, in the US, especially in Canada, some companies that are already doing this. So we have some examples to follow, but of course we need to adapt it to our local context. So feel free to visit those links to get more information. And then vessel monitoring systems. Now, of course, this is another area that really excites me because it empowers fishermen to use their data to really help them, to be more fuel efficient, to fishing areas, and, even using the information in collaboration with fisheries management. So the video here would show you a time lapse, and this is Timor-Leste, an area that Pelagic Data Systems has worked with in the past. We are now working with them on a two-year project in Barbados, piloting 30 devices, and you can see they're solar powered on 30 of our vessels. We started installation this week, so I hope that I can report good things in a few months about how this data can help us see how fishing is changing through space and time. We know that they're going further, but we don't have the evidence base, and we've been talking about data-driven solutions. So this gives us the opportunity to really see how far they're going, where they're going. We use the innovative data algorithms to see where fishing pressure is highest. And then we can also use it for marine spatial planning. It can also be used for surveillance in marine protected areas. So you can set an alert if a boat goes in a marine protected area, it would indicate to authorities that that boat is there. And of course, it's good information in terms of traceability and supply chain insight. So this is how the portal itself looks. Actually, I have a training session with the fishers later tonight on this. And we're going to be quite excited to see, how our data will be used in the future. But these are some of the visualizations that have been produced using data. And you can see in just 1 year, there is a big change in fishing activity. Right here is fishing and white is steaming. So white when they're traveling and red where they're fishing. And of course, these algorithms have studied vessel behavior over time. So based on the vessel behavior, they would know if it's fishing activity or steaming activity. But you can see in just 1 year that the fishing, it has changed. And you can use landing data as well to calculate catch per unit effort, which is one of the indices used in fisheries management. And you can see here with these hexagons, the darker purples would indicate exactly where more fish has been caught. Here they illustrate kilograms per hour. So you can get an idea of which areas are more productive than others over time. And then I like this illustration because it shows, how marine spatial planning can work. In our context, though, I was trying to get if there were any satellite trackers on the turtles, but unfortunately there aren't any this year. But here they use the satellite trackers on marine mammals and overlaid that with fishing pressure hexagons. So it actually showed that where fishing pressure was highest, or where they frequented, the areas where they frequented, the whales weren't necessarily there. So, but if the case was then, that this information would then have inspired a discussion between, those working in marine conservation, fisher folk, and other authorities to come at a table to decide, okay, how are we going to manage this? Are we going to go to different areas while the whales are passing? This starts the kind of discussion, which is good, and which promotes an ecosystem approach to fisheries, which is the ideal, where there are diverse societal objectives, but you try to strike a balance. And then finally, I just wanted to this I'm very excited about, because I have some young, very brilliant software developers who are going to embark on this project with me. So I did reach out to the developers of Tuna Scope, and interestingly, within some of our supply chains in terms of grading tuna, sometimes when there's a grade done before it's exported from the Caribbean, we might grade it higher, but then when it reaches Miami or somewhere else, the grade is dropped. And sometimes because, you haven't sent it to multiple suppliers, you have to just accept what you get. So technologies like this and Tuna Scope is really an AI-based system. It takes the cross-section of the tuna tail as you see it here, and they use criteria like freshness, firmness, layering of fat. And from taking a photo, you can instantaneously get an output of what the grade of the tuna is, and actually the developers in Japan, and part of one of the issues here is too, they realized that the master artisans in Japan were dying out, and the culture was going to die out because there wouldn't be, many humans that have this expertise. So what they did was to take, thousands of photographs and work with master artisans to validate it, and then teach the computer to do it until they got to a point where you basically have the app, you take a picture of the cross-section of the tail, and it generates the tuna grade. But after speaking to them, in Japan, of course, they have the resources to actually freeze their tuna to -60 degrees, or what they refer to as ultra low temperatures. In the Caribbean, we can't do this because, those kinds of refrigerating facilities are quite expensive. So their algorithm doesn't work for fresh tuna. And, we have the additional ability too, because we take like a core of the tuna to determine the grade. So I'm going to work with some software developers then to create an algorithm to use fresh tuna to create a similar system where we take a picture of a cross section as well as the core of the core, and be able to instantaneously determine what the grade is. And, this makes it more objective, because when that is done on our end, the importer on the other end uses the same system and matches back the grade. So quite some exciting digital technologies that are ongoing in the region. I've just highlighted a few in the limited time that I have available, but you can see already that these technologies are making the industry more climate smart, because as it relates to the impacts of climate change, we have to make sure that our operations are more efficient. We see that our stocks are being impacted as well. So these technologies allow us to have more informed decisions by providing that evidence base. Fisheries management is very important going ahead, especially when constantly being hit by external factors. And of course, COVID was another one on top of it in the last 2 years. So I'm going to end on this note, but I just want to thank you for your attention. Of course, I want to thank my usual photography contributors, that, give me their awesome photos to illustrate what's happening in the fisheries sector. Here's my contact information. Thank you so much. I'm available to answer any questions. Let me check the chat box as well.
All right. So you're checking the chat. I was actually going to ask you all those questions as you go along, but you can check the chat. I'm sorry, Steve, I gave her some of your time. It was very interesting, very intriguing, especially
Absolutely
that
no
last,
problem.
especially that last picture you showed. I was already dancing in my seat when you said you're using photos and AI and digital signal processing to actually get that yield, which means once you have that developed, it's not just for a single location, but wherever that tool within the region can reach.
Yes.
So I am going to leave you to take the questions as you see fit. I think I was starting at the bottom where Dr. Mitchell asked if Dr. Cox was working with the Sargassum group at UA.
No, I was working in Barbados at the Center for Environmental Resource, at CERMES, UWE CERMES, Center for Natural Resource Management and Environmental Studies. But I'm on my own now. I worked there from 2017 to present. I also did my doctoral research there as well. But I, of course, in working with Sargassum, I'm very aware of Dr. Weber and her team. And I've worked across SAR-TRAC as well that I mentioned earlier. But yes, I haven't been fortunate to be in Jamaica, to work in Jamaica.
Okay. There's another question that somebody said, is there any concern that potential deep sea bed mining could enhance the issues that SIDS in the Caribbean face?
Yes, well, certainly. And I want to, share that. We have a colleague in Trinidad, Dr. Devon Amon. She's a deep sea biologist, and she recently was in a documentary with Will Smith. And I don't know if you'll have a chance to see it, Welcome to Earth, episode 2, but she really hones in on the type of impacts that deep sea bed mining and other things can have. I've been reading a really interesting book as well, and actually going with them in the submersible under the sea and seeing the type of life that is down there and how that affects the upwelling. We have to be very careful when we want to explore things like that. Of course, the science of deep sea biology is now coming because it's very expensive. But, these are some questions that are being answered right now. Mm-hmm.
And the final question was, how can the deployment of FADs aid in the quantity of fish, safety at sea, reduce fish travel, and GHG emissions due to the shorter distances of fisher folk?
Yes, well, Mr. Edwards, of course, these are all the benefits that people are promoting for fish aggregating devices. It's seen as a godsend. I know that I'm going to sound like I'm in opposition for them. I think it's a tool, yes, but it has to be a tool that is used right. And even in my context in Barbados, these FADs were deployed without consultation on the site selections, without consultation, doing a proper deep sea assessment as well. There was no thought given into making it smart from the start as well. But of course, politicians in publicizing this event, they say that, it reduced the cost of travel because eventually fish will come. But we know that if it's not strategically located, sometimes FADs don't produce the results. And if there is not a good monitoring program in place, sometimes we really don't see the impact. Another thing too is that I've seen hurricanes and so on damage FADs, and FADs are very expensive. So yes, these are some of the benefits that you would have outlined in terms of, fishers being able to access larger fish closer to shore. Here we have FADs like 4 miles. St. Lucia would have some in excess of that. I've visited a few FADs in St. Lucia myself and seen the impact. But sometimes I believe that, in terms of climate change adaptation, we can spend money better in building, our infrastructure on the ground than using those resources in that way. But thanks so much for that question.
And with that, we end this session on a very, very good note. And thank you, Dr. Cox, for your time. I was thoroughly engaged by your presentation. I was one of those persons screaming in the background that I know have a full understanding of the blue economy. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we're gonna segue to the next presenter. He comes with no need for any introduction. He has the next 2 sessions, and you will not see me again until that last session you have. So he's going to do 2 sessions in one. I'm simply going to nudge him when the first one should end, about 5 minutes before the first one should end. You have him here. You've heard him speak already. He's coming with a world of experience, and he's coming, as he said, with thunder. So please ensure you give him your undivided attention. And at the end of it, you will see what it is that we're talking about. We've executed several things that are deemed to be climate smart. And you notice the title of his presentation, the climate smart dilemma. And at the end of this, you will be able to scrutinize and hopefully better be able to use that term, climate smart. Steve, over to you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome to this very brief session on understanding the climate smart dilemma. Those of you who were fortunate enough to be with us yesterday would have heard Professor Taylor describe the 1.5 dilemma. I have been given a rather simpler task, given the difference in intellect. And I have been asked to talk about this dilemma with climate smart, whole concept of climate smart. Now, a dilemma is a situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between 2 or more alternatives, especially equally undesirable ones. I prefer to deal with informed choice. Informed choice has to do with a person given options to choose from several actions for which they know the details, the benefits, the risks, and the expected outcome of each. Now, I have been being at the moon for years, trying to get people to recognize the difference between climate resilient versus climate smart. And those of you who, again, were able to hear Professor Taylor yesterday, I used the opportunity as moderator to ask him a very leading question, which had to do with the IPCC definition of resilience. And resilience, as defined by the IPCC, is the ability of a social or ecological system to absorb disturbances while retaining the same basic structure and ways of functioning, the capacity of self-organization and the capacity to adapt to stress and change. And I am reproducing the slide that Professor Taylor used yesterday when he talked about resilience does not rest on any one pillar. Those of us who have been advocating climate resilience as being solely about adaptation need to refocus and realize that resilience does not rest on any one pillar. And as I said, coming from no less an authority as Professor Taylor, I don't think I need to reiterate that. Why is there a dilemma? Why is there concern? Because there are problems associated with national scale adoption of climate smart agriculture. I think climate smart agriculture has been maligned, misused, and abused. And that is why there are some people, even in very significant positions, and I'm not telling tales out of school, these are people who have told me to my face that they don't want to hear anything about climate smart agriculture, that it is, some airy-fairy stuff or it's a rehash of old stuff. But what has really happened is that there are a number of problems associated with national scale adoption of climate smart agriculture. There's incomplete articulation of a truly comprehensive climate smart agriculture. What has happened and what has led to the concept being in disrepute in some places is that there tends to be these unidimensional designs, this implementation and evaluation that is centered on just one aspect. Listen to me carefully, just one aspect of climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture is a series of activities, it's a collective set of activities. And at the risk of boring those of you who would have heard me a million times before, I always use the analogy that saying that you're climate smart is like saying that you're a safe driver. You could attend a safe driving course, and if the only thing you do after that is to change your brakes, that does not make you a safe driver if you're going to continue driving in the same idiotic way. It's just that you have brand new brakes now. You're still not dimming your lights at night, etc., etc., etc. I hope that analogy, without driving it home too much, literally, makes the point. So that you have these unidimensional designs, you have no prioritizing tool against greenwashing. And I must tell you a bit about my particular background. I was the Caribbean's representative in South Africa, in Durban in 2011, when we were trying to get, when we collectively, FANRAPAN and some other South African-based NGOs, were trying to get agriculture onto the main stage in COP17, right? And we recognized that if and when agriculture became center stage, as it came center stage in 2015 with the Paris Accord, that there would be attempts at greenwashing. In other words, there would be a number of projects that would appear to be green, but really they were just cosmetic, in the sense that if you just, and again, to beat a very old horse, if you just had a project that was a water harvesting project, which means absolutely nothing to me, because there's no such thing as a water harvesting project. There should be a water management project. If, as part of the water management, you involve water harvesting, then I can understand that. But if you're just going to harvest water for harvest water in sake, and then go ahead to use the water in the same irresponsible way as you use water that you didn't harvest, then to me, that is an aspect of greenwashing. There's lots of mitigative contributions from climate smart agriculture. Those of you who know what I do on a daily basis would know that I have been constantly advocating for agriculture to be more involved in these nationally determined contributions. As I said, maybe in the question and answer session, we'll have a chance to explore these in greater detail, but I'm assuming that most of you know what these nationally determined contributions are, and the fact that the sectors that tend to be highlighted for the support tends to be energy, transport, and to some extent forestry, which gets covered in the whole rubric of AFOLU, which is agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. And I have been, again, as I said, being at the moon fighting this battle to get agriculture more center stage. And I've not just been talking about it, but I've been lucky enough to be the consultant hired to do some of these readiness grants that have included agriculture. So the loss of mitigative contribution from CSA, so that there's no mitigative component, because as I said, we have used this narrow definition of resilience. And then there's no locally verifiable eco-linked quality labeling standard, similar to the standard or the brand that goes under the rubric organic. What we have found is that if there's no way to reward a farmer for literally being climate smart or producing his produce in a climate smart way, then there's no incentive, there's no commercial incentive. So there's no labeling standard that can certify this product as being climate smart agriculture. So now I didn't just lament, bear the moon, and make noise in some quarters. I actually, put what little gray matter I have, in place, and came up with something called CCRIF, which is a climate smart agriculture compliant tool that is supposed to offer solutions to the problems I just identified, I just quickly ran through. Now, climate smart agriculture, and this is the official definition now, is meant to improve food security and agricultural productivity and increase the resilience of farming systems to climate change by adaptation, whilst, very important, whilst capturing potential mitigation co-benefits. And this is what I have incorporated into what has been described and what I've described as the 5 operational arms of climate smart agriculture. And I've alluded to the fact that they involve resource conservation, and I've had in brackets there the points that relate to the original climate smart agriculture definition: energy use, which has to do with mitigation and agricultural productivity; safety, and I mean, this is an aspect of climate smart agriculture operations that you don't hear mentioned at all, but that has that's the food security and the nutrition security aspect of it. Biodiversity support. Some of these projects, I mean, involve land clearing, use of invasive species, a whole range of issues that tend not to be considered when one is doing climate smart agriculture, but these are some of the functional arms of operational arms of climate smart agriculture that I considered. So you have biodiversity support in terms of your pollinators, all the other ecosystem services, and then greenhouse gas reduction, which is a clear and direct link to mitigation. So what were some of the conclusions coming out of this informed choice response to this dilemma? So, and by the way, when you're getting all of these slides, I'm rushing through so that we have more time to talk and have more time to do the second of the 2 presentations that I've been asked to present today. So there's widespread agreement that climate change will continue to negatively impact agriculture. Fine. Use of a comprehensive climate smart agriculture as per the CCRIF tool offers adaptive and mitigative possibilities. Again, adaptive and mitigative possibilities. CCRIF is a viable quality determinant for differential pricing of products and outputs. And in the second half of this 2-pronged presentation, I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. CCRIF is a self-assessment tool and can be used by small and large commercial farmers. This is a screenshot of the use of the tool using the Excel-based version of the tool. The tool comes in 3 versions. There's a manual one, which is old, paper and pencil type thing. There's a Excel-based tool, which hopefully Dr. J will take you through. And then there's the mobile app, which again, Dr. Campbell is going to possibly take you through either this afternoon or tomorrow. And there I have a picture of Omira Rostand, who is the Billy's Cardi rep. And she actually used the tool as a self-assessment tool to measure how climate smart their seed production operations were in Belize. And as I say, later on when I talk about the actual tool, we'll see the significance of that slide. CCRIF provides a proven mechanism to justify climate finance and the inclusion of agricultural initiatives in NDC computations. Again, as I said, that has been my hobby horse for the last 6 years or so. Livestock and mixed farming operations can be assessed using CCRIF. That is why I was so comfortable, not necessarily defending, but adding to what my good friend Cicero was saying in terms of the contribution of livestock and the importance of livestock in climate smart agriculture. Because to just deviate a bit, I mean, those of us who know anything about organic production will know that it's very difficult to have organic production without livestock, right? And that is a point that I will argue separately. As an auditing tool, CCRIF can be used as a means of consensus for smart contracts. And I was delighted, more delighted than Dr. Campbell when Dr. Cox was mentioning all of her AI inferences and the use of distributed ledger technologies such as blockchain for climate smart agriculture. Because I'm fortunate enough to have been working with a leading group of farmers here in Grenada, where I'm based currently, where we are looking at smart contracts in the sense of having distributed ledger technologies used to develop smart contracts based on verifiable production practices that fall within the rubric of climate smart agriculture, and that can be certified using this tool that I'm about to tell you about, which is the Climate Smart Agriculture Compliant tool, CCRIF. And without getting into the details, as Dr. Cox alluded to, you can now, with these distributed ledger technology, verify operations, keep people honest, literally keep people honest, as indeed the tuner recognizing software, and so grade recognizing software would help to keep your buyers, your importers, and so honest, because of the use of distributed ledger technologies and the fact that you have a certifiable system, which is what CCRIF offers. So in conclusion, a comprehensive CSA, a comprehensive climate smart agriculture approach is a legitimate measure to address current and future impacts. So a comprehensive climate smart agriculture is summative, is measurable, is achievable, is relevant, is timely. In other words, it's smart. Now, CCRIF is a proven tool for training. It provides a comprehensive framework, and without telling tales out of school, I have been around the region. I mean, I've in every CARICOM country, you know, as part of either ECO or CARDI or FAO sponsored climate smart agriculture training. So I'm not just, you know, just pulling stuff out of the air. As a self-assessment tool, and in other fora, I've had farmers who have used this self-assessment guide, not just Ms. Rostan in Belize, but commercial farmers who have said that they can use this as a self-assessment tool. In terms of auditing, in terms of digitalized and branding operations, it's an auditing tool. It's authenticating as well. So it's proof positive of adaptation and mitigation. And as a marketing component, it's a certified label, certifying that your product, your operation is green or eco-friendly or carbon neutral or climate smart. All of these are aspects of the climate smart agriculture compliant tool that I am alluding to. So it can radically transform climate smart agriculture operations. And as I said, when I go into describe the actual tool, you will see the significance of this slide. This is for when I'm presenting this as a standalone response to the climate smart agriculture dilemma, which is not the case this afternoon. So thank you. I am going to stop sharing now. Take any questions from those of you who are still awake, and if not, I will segue into the next of my two blitz presentations. Any comments or suggestions from the chat? I wasn't able to look at the chat because I was using the full screen. Dr. Rankin or Dr. Campbell? Any comment? Are either of the two of you still in the room or not fast asleep?
We were not fast asleep. There are no comments.
You're slowly asleep, okay. No problem.
But permit me to ask you though, why do you think this problem has languished for so long? And there's one question from K.E. Edwards. Is the CSAC tool free to access?
Yes, it is. And it is going to be even more freely accessible when it becomes part of your web portal, Dr. Campbell. I think you're greasing your own wheels there. But yes, I have to admit, yes. Yes, it is. So sorry, was there a question from Kenley?
That was a question from K.E. Edwards. My question is,
Oh, okay.
why do you think the problem
Sorry.
has languished for so long? Why do you think this problem of not being able to, as you say, almost greenwash or green label things, why do you think it has been around or has been allowed to persist for so long?
I'm tempted to say it's because agriculture did not have a strong enough voice in the early sets of negotiations. As I said, the reason why I was in Durban in 2011 was to be part of that movement to have agriculture as a contributor, as a carbon neutral, a close to carbon neutral producer of goods, of ensurer of nutrition security, be included in the deliberations. Because up to now, even now, I should say, AFOLU is still a category in determining nationally determined contributions. Is people still talk about agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. And there are a number of issues surrounding that, which I don't necessarily want to get into now, but it's just to say that it is easier for a country to say we have 5 acres of forest because we know what kind of carbon capture we can assess from those acres of forest, as opposed to so many acres of pigeon peas, because that type of research has not been done yet. But I am pleased to announce that I was part of an ECA-led project that is now looking at the type of MRV results, the monitoring, recording, and validation results that you need for those kinds of determinations. So I hope I didn't, go too far off the original question, but there are systemic reasons why it has taken so long. Doc.
One question from Ronald. Can CSA be used as an overall framework to treat with food and agricultural systems and that climate dilemma?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat that question? I'm not sure if I...
Can CSAC be, climate smart agriculture, be used as an overall framework to treat with food and agri-systems and the climate dilemma?
I'm saying yes, but I would more specifically say CSAC can be used. The tool can be used to do that.
Okay.
Not climate agriculture as a concept or as a procedure. I hope I've been clear.
I'm hoping that Ronald didn't leave off the C, because for me, CSA is climate smart agriculture.
Yeah. But I don't see myself responding to it in that sense. I see a more significant response would be through the tool, because that is where you have a more comprehensive approach to climate smart agriculture. So I would say yes, but under the rubric that I've just described, not under the traditional, the sort of unidimensional climate smart agriculture, traditional climate smart agriculture discussion.
All right, guys. Let's wrap that session. I'm sure you've been introduced to it. You've given the background for where it's coming from, and you're now eager to touch and play with that tool, or even see what it is about. So yep. Steve is going to go into his second presentation, and again, this is an interactive session, and we want you to interface. We want you to be there. So please, I am begging you, I am imploring you. Here is where you now get to play with it. Here's where you get to evaluate whether or not, years ago as a part of a project and it was deemed to be climate smart, was it indeed climate smart? Are there things I'm skipping or ignoring or not considering when I'm actually trying to get to that point? So Steve, over to you.
Yes, that's an excellent segue into it, because really what this tool is about asking 20 questions. I mean, it's as simple and as uncomplicated as that. Have you asked yourself these 20 questions when you designed or implemented your climate smart agriculture project? So thanks for that, Doc. Let me just share my screen and let's get into it. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we're seeing.
Great. So this section is going to actually look at demonstrating the CSAC tool in terms of the applications of it. So let me just say a little bit about what the tool actually is. So everyone is calling the agriculture project climate smart. What is it really? I'm saying that there's a climate smart agriculture compliant tool that answers that question. Now, you just saw this slide in the earlier presentation. It's meant to improve food security, productivity, adaptation, and including mitigation. So these 5 operational arms of climate smart agriculture that I've described really have to do with resource conservation, energy use, safety, biodiversity support, and greenhouse gas reduction. So these are the 5 operational arms, the 5 pillars, if you like, of what we've determined to be climate smart agriculture. So at the core of this CSAC thing is the aggregate score from the answer to 20 questions. So there are 4 questions per operational arm. The maximum score per question is 5 points. So the maximum CSAC total possible is 100 points. So failure to attain, and this is where the prioritizing and the separation of the goat from the sheep, to take some of Cicero's thunder. Failure to attain 40 points means that your project, your product, your process is not climate smart. That is the central premise of what I'm going to be talking about for the next 5 or 10 or 15 minutes. I'm saying that there are 20 questions that you have to ask yourself when dealing with a climate smart agriculture project, process, or product. And if you can't score 40 points, then really it was not a climate smart agriculture project. Now, we have determined that there are certain compliance levels. So level 1 would be an aggregate point scale between 40 and 49. Level 2 between 50 and 59, level 3 between 60 and 69, level 4 between 70 and 79, and level 5 being 80 to 100. Now, as a prioritizing tool, you can easily see how if you had 2 competing projects and you did an assessment of both, and one was at a level 1 compliance level and the other was at level 3, then it would suggest as a prioritizing tool that this would help you choose or lean towards all other things being equal, the level 3 compliance mode. And as I said, when we get to interrogate the information, when you get a chance to question me on this, I'm hoping that I'll be able to expound on it a little more. So under resource conservation, in other words, under that first pillar that I've described, I have these 4 subcategories. So under resource conservation, we are talking about how is land being used in this project? Is this a water harvesting project? And I'm going to say this, I hope you all are seeing me. I'm saying this with a very, very straight face. There have been water harvesting projects where watersheds were damaged to do the project. I stand firm on that. So that we're looking under resource conservation, you're asking a question about land. How is the land being used? What are some of the water management issues? How are the nutrients being used? How are they being sourced? And how is labor being used? Under energy use, you're looking at power on the farm, on the holding, in the operation, lighting, on the holding, in the manufacture of the product, in the protection of the structure, in the lighting of the structure, the housing units, what have you, if it's a livestock project. What has been the source of energy used for the input manufacture? So there are a number of times when people say they have a climate smart agriculture project, but I mean, when you look at the energy usage, all of it is from fossil fuels, none of it is from renewable sources. So how can you really equate that with a more climate smart operation? And energy use in transportation. Under the safety rubric, we're looking at the production operations. I mean, it's one thing to keep telling people that, you know, you should do terracing, or you should be using an A-frame, or you should be contour plowing, but what are some of the safety concerns in those production operations? What are some of the safety concerns in harvesting, in storage? And an aspect that has to be emphasized, and that it's usually missing from some of these alleged climate smart agriculture projects, safety in terms of the utilization of the product. Without telling tales out of school, I was a presenter at the recent climate change and health in the Caribbean webinar. And one of the things that I mentioned had to do with the types of practices that we're asking farmers to engage in. Of course, everybody is, you know, head over heels about composting. And of course, in 99% of the cases, it isn't really truly composting. It's just, you know, the accumulation of waste. And if you're silly enough or uninformed enough to add meat scraps to those piles of waste that you think is going to come into compost, then you're already building a rat apartment. And there have been cases of leptospirosis, and so that, you know, that have been well documented, that are based on this ignoring of the safety concerns in climate smart agriculture operations. And I mean, the increase in H. pylori for infections, and so, which I can take up with when you do question me. In terms of biodiversity support, what were the land clearing methods used? How much of the land has actually been cleared? What has it meant in terms of the ecosystem services? What are the off-site agrochemical impacts? I mean, we're all very concerned about rich-to-reef activities. I mean, you just had a very interesting, very interesting presentation by Dr. Cox, which had to do with aqua-based or marine-based impacts, but some of those marine-based impacts start on the ridge. So what are some of the off-site agrochemical impacts of these climate smart agriculture projects? How do you limit the introduction of invasive species? How are you monitoring your ecosystem services impact? Have you literally damaged a watershed? Have you, by your operations, interfered with natural drainage facilities and some of the watershed related ecosystem services? And then the big one, the big mitigative one, what are some of your greenhouse gas reduction operations? Does your farming operation involve livestock, especially ruminants? What have you been doing about enteric fermentation? What are some of your soil management issues in terms of making sure that you do not have the levels of denitrification that, you know, that are associated with some poor practices, which can lead to the emission of greenhouse gases? Or effectively, have you been using, or have you been avoiding the use of fossil fuels? And again, what are some of your manual and waste management practices? Because we had a fairly lengthy discussion on methane and some of the ways in which one can either capture and use methane as biogas or so, as opposed to having it emitted into the atmosphere. So those are the 5 categories and the 4 questions, each of those 5 categories. So what the CSAC tool essentially is a mechanism to ask 20 questions, a question on each of those subcategories that I just ran through. So at first it was a manual-based operation. So CSAC was launched and trademarked in 2016. We are now on to CSAC 2.1, which started off as a manual-based tool in the sense that there was actually a manual, a paper, a physical product, a manual, a training manual, operations manual, if you like, where the 20 questions, would be asked. And since it's based on the aggregate response to those 20 questions, we had a point allocation scheme that said, okay, if your answer to question 1 is so, that is 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, as the case might be. You can easily see, if you've been following me, that that type of arrangement, question and answer and point allocation arrangement, would easily be Excel-based. So I was bright enough to be able to do that on my own. But when it came to the provision of the mobile app, this is when I had to defer to the brilliance of Drs. Rankin and Campbell, etc. And they will be describing it later on this afternoon, once I don't keep you back with too much old talk. So the CSAC manual actually is a booklet through which you ask the questions and you get the answers, which I will share with you in a little while. And then there's an Excel-based version, which, again, as the name suggests, is based on an Excel spreadsheet, whereby just putting the cursor over the particular question, you can see the possible answers. And if your answers coincide to what you're actually doing on your farm, then you allocate the points yourself. And that is the major use as a self-assessment tool. And then there's the authenticating tool, which has to be done by someone who, who's going to be independently verifying some of the answers that you gave. So apart from all this talk, let me stop sharing here and just give you a quick peek at what the manual looks like. And then I'll take you to the Excel-based version of the tool. So let me just, of course, if there are any burning questions, please, now is a good time to ask.
There is one question in the chat from Dr. Mitchell. How would you grade compost versus biochar as being climate smart?
Okay, I would not necessarily have to disaggregate or grade them separately. If biochar is part of your operation, then it will be captured in one of the 20 questions in terms of your source of nutrients, right? Or in terms of your waste management, because your biochar, I know that Dr. Simpson Leslie has been doing work in even bamboo biochar, so that as part of your waste management, if the bamboo was considered a waste or an invasive species, depending on where you are in the Caribbean, then the use of the biochar will be factored in, and as a matter of fact, would be a point-winning aspect of your operations in the same way that compost would be. So there's no direct conflict or disagreement between the use of compost or biochar.
Another question, and this is from K.E. Edwards. How practical can you use the CSAC tool in evaluating the feasibility of designing a climate smart agriculture project for funding?
This because of the way the questions are asked, how are you planning to use the land, or how are you using the land currently? So if as part of your design, you are going to do clear felling of a 20-acre piece of land and only plant at 1 acre, then the CSAC tool will be able to discriminate between projects in terms of which would be more climate smart than the other. So Kenley, that would be fairly easy and very practical once we get through the actual operation of the tool. So can I?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sure. Okay. All right. So let me just quickly give you a look of what the manual looked like. This was for the early the early stages of the use of CSAC back in 2016, 2017. So there was this manual that was produced. There was a section on how to use the manual, and then we had the actual 20 questions in each of the 5 chapters, and I'll just go through that with you in a second. Say without going through details, this is the point allocation scheme. The fact that failure to attain a score above 40 means it's non-compliant. It's really not a climate smart agriculture project. And this is the grid that you would have to manually fill out. As I said, it was the old paper-based system. So what I would do is I would go to the particular farm when we were doing the testing. I go to the particular farm, ask the questions in terms of, okay, how is land going to be used or being used at present? What are some of the water issues? And then I put in a score based on criteria that I'm going to share with you in a while. So another important aspect of the tool is that projects with multiple production modes may elicit separate answers to the questions asked under a particular subcategory. In such cases, the arithmetic mean to the nearest whole number should be assigned as the subcategory score. In other words, there are projects, the CSAC tool can accommodate mixed farming type projects where you have, let's say, intensive agriculture as in shade production, greenhouse, well, what we arbitrarily call greenhouses in the Caribbean, but protected structures and side by side with maybe a livestock operation or side by side with an open field operation. Then there's a mechanism involved in the tool where you can aggregate the two scores, and as I said, use the arithmetic mean. All right, so let me quickly go down to give you a feel for what. Let's look at the first one. So climate change affects land, water, nutrients, and labor in the context of traditional resources associated with agriculture. Agriculture that can be considered climate smart would involve effective resource utilization. Climate change policies may in turn affect land and resource markets, thereby modifying land values, land use, and forest cover. In small island developing states, carbon sequestration as an ecosystem service may not be impactful when compared to continental land masses. Land availability is often a constraint to agricultural expansion in SIDS, and there's a concomitant limit to natural above ground storage of water. Saltwater intrusion of coastal or low-lying reservoirs is an ever-present reality. So here are the questions that are asked under the first aspect of resource conservation, which is land use. And it's how effectively is the land used, or in the case that Kenley described, how effective is land going to be used? Now, for primarily cropping projects, if more than 70% of the land area is clear-felled and exposed, and the cultivation is only on 30% of the land, then that in and of itself would only guarantee you 1 point. If 50% to 69% of the land area is clear-felled and exposed to extensive cropping on the remainder, then you can get 2 points for that. If 30 to 49% of the land area is clear-felled and exposed to extensive cropping on the remainder, then you can get 3 points for that. If less than 29% of the land is not cultivated, and you have extensive cropping on the remainder, then you can get 4 points for that. But if less than 29% of the land is not cultivated, and you have intensive cropping on the remainder, then in terms of the utilization of the land, then you can get 5 points for that. Now,
Steve, one question. Steve, one question before you go ahead. So it means not cultivated and uncleared.
Yeah.
Okay. Just jumping in to ask the questions, and
sure.
As you go along, if you want to ask the question, please type in the chat, raise your hands. We'll take your questions as he's going through.
Sure. Now, in terms of land use for a livestock or mixed project, there are answers there. If you have unimproved pasture, no paddocks, 20% or less of the recommended carrying capacity, then you only get 1 point for that. If you have unimproved pasture, no paddocks, and 21% to 49% of the recommended carrying capacity, you can get 2 points for that. If it's unimproved pasture, no paddocks, 50% or more of the recommended carrying capacity, then you can get 3 points for that. If you have improved pasture, paddocks, and 50 to 80% of the recommended carrying capacity, those of you in the livestock product will know exactly what I mean by this, right? If you have improved pasture, paddocks, 80% or more of the recommended carrying capacity, then you can get 5 points there in terms of the land use. So that's just one category, that's one subcategory, answer to one question. So for intensive livestock, all of this is still under the land use, based on the type of project that you're analyzing. So if it's intensive livestock and crop production, let's say zero grazing, next to protected agriculture and pen animals, mixed farming, etc. Then if less than 10% of the land space is used for productive purposes, you only get 1 point for that. If you're using 11 to 30% of the land space for productive purposes, then 2 points. 31 to 50% of the land space used for productive purposes, 3 points. 51 to 80% of the land space used for productive purposes. Because remember, the category is land usage, is land utilization. And if more than 81% of the land space is used for productive purposes, then you can get 5 points for that. That deals with the three variations in terms of land use. In terms of water use, the question again is, how effective is water being used? So if it's primarily a cropping project, and I'm not reading out you're getting a copy of this manual, so you'll have time to interrogate it and get back to me by tomorrow morning. So in terms of cropping projects, if you have pumping of water from source to irrigation furrows, you only get 1 point for that. Pumping of water from source to overhead sprinklers, 2 points. Solely rain-fed with no harvesting or storage, 3 points. On-site water harvesting, storage, and use of emitters or low-volume irrigation methods, 4 points. And if it's on-site water harvesting, storage, use of emitters, and use of improved cultivars, because one of the issues that we tend not to look at is that, as Dale was discussing with some of the modeling implications, the choice of cultivar is a very, very serious aspect of water utilization. And this attempts to capture this by offering more points for projects that include the use of improved cultivars. And it goes on for open range livestock, intensive livestock crop production. And as I said, it goes on for all 20 questions, which I'm not going to go through all 20 now, but let me just go down to livestock production under the rubric of how animal manures and unsold produce managed. Remember, that was the last point, manure and waste management under category 5, which had to do with greenhouse gas reduction. So here are some of the interesting ones in terms of livestock production. If it's bovine animals that are fed on low quality forage, open range, and the manure produced in situ, then you get 1 point for that. If the feed digestibility has been improved through chopping, etc., and the manure is produced in situ, you get 2 points for that. If you have intensive rearing systems, manure is directed to a centralized facility and incorporated in the field, 3 points. If it's an intensive rearing system, edible oil added, biogas production, on-farm usage, then 4 points. But if it's intensive rearing systems, edible oils added along with additions such as ionophores, which I mentioned when I discussed with when I responded to the question from Mr. Walter. Sorry, the surname slips me now. during Cicero's presentation, biogas production and on-farm usage, then you get 5 points for that. So there's a recognition of the degree of climate smartness, if you like, in terms of how one deals with animal manures and unsold produce. So whether it's being used in a biogas digester, and I saw Noja Sandy, one of my students who has a farm here in Grenada, mentioning that they in fact use their waste for biogas production. And how extensive is the use of fossil fuels? Okay, so that's question 19. All energy needs are met with fossil fuels and manufactured agrochemicals. Remember, manufactured agrochemicals are major source of fossil fuel use. If you get 2 points if all energy needs are met with fossil fuels, but there's no manufactured agrochemical use. You get 3 points if between 50 to 79% of the energy needs are met from renewable sources. You get 4 points if more than 80% of your energy needs are met from renewable sources. And at the same Sandy farm that I just referred to here in Grenada, I mean, they would score at 5 on this because more than 80% of the energy needs are met from renewable sources, and there's no manufactured agrochemical use. So I am really rushing through this so that we can have more time to talk about it. And let me just quickly share with you the Excel-based version. And I know that Dr. Campbell is the Excel expert, as we found out earlier today. Let me just show you what a crude version of the Excel CSAC tool looks like. And I'm going to leave Dr. Campbell to tell you about the mobile version. So let me just share my screen one last time. Right. So the Excel-based version of the lab, and this is the version that a couple of the farmers who have done the field testing of this have used as a self-assessment guide. There are a number of different project types, but if it's primarily a cropping project, and you ask the land use question, you can hover over the assessment criteria, and in the same way that you decided whether it was going to be, whether it's 30% or 80% of the land clear felled, etc., then you just put in the score that you have assigned to yourself, because this is a self-assessment mode for the use of the tool. And it would automatically, at the end, automatically compute the final score and tell you whether it was level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, or level 5. As I said, this is the, sorry, put in the score here. So you go down and you put in the answer to each of the questions, and of course there'll be an automatic tabulation below, and it will indicate which level of compliance you have attained. I hope I was able to quickly run through this, and I'm now ready to take the questions. Sorry, Jay, I hope I didn't exceed the allocated time. You're muted, Jay.
I'm sure if you did, it's still engaging. So I'm opening the floor for 2 minutes to questions. Any questions anyone has? I noted there are no questions in the chat beforehand.
Okay. So it's over to you now to see how we're going to put all of these tools into one web-based portal. Am I correct in saying that?
All right. So, guys, I know we are a little bit over time.
Yeah.
In fact, we are. we're 20 minutes over time. And I'm going to use the next 5 to 10 minutes to kind of just give you a brief introduction of tools. You'll be seeing not all the tools, but the space where you can access all the other tools. You can jump ahead of us a little bit and interrogate the tools. And tomorrow when we're going through, you can get that full-on experience of what the tools are going to be about. So without further ado, I am going to send something in the chat, and I'm hoping that that will be copied and pasted over to YouTube. I'm posting 2 things in the chat. And the 2 things I'm posting in the chat, again, the tools that you're going to see here are going to be freely accessible. So I'm posting 2 links in the chat, and one will not work just yet, but it will be the permanent home for all the tools. But I'm still posting that here. We had some technical difficulties this morning, and so it will not work just yet. After posting these links, I'm actually going to go to the link and actually give you a feel for what the things are about. So that's link 1. And this would be link 2. All right. If you have any issues, let me know. I am clicking the link I just typed, and then I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. Potential risk is because the security SSL TLS has not been added yet. Should be perfectly fine. It says continue anyway. All right, so one person is there. All right, so I'm about to share my screen now with a quick look at what's there. The first 3 things you see, we will deal with tomorrow. Last one you see in that list is what we're going to actually look at now. It's just a very brief and quick look. Some of the options that Steve would have actually looked at, we actually deactivated just to give you a very quick look at the tool. It's also mobile ready as well. So we set it up in this framework because it's mobile ready. So we're actually pushing HTML2 basically if you have an Android or you have an Apple phone. We're not coding within an Apple realm or an Android realm. We're simply going straight to HTML5 app. So therefore, whatever we have in the web platform should be able to work as well. So I'm about to share my screen just now. So you should be able to see my screen, I'm hoping. And this is the landing page for all the tools we've actually designed. So you'll notice we spoke about Smash quite a lot. We spoke about Accept quite a lot, and we spoke about Real TMS as well. Smash, the storm, is simple modified vector of storms and hurricanes. Accept is the agricultural tool you actually play with DSAT, and it actually integrates DSAT, and we're hoping to integrate other crop modeling tools in that as well. Real TMS is our water monitoring, or water quality monitoring tool, and we have a prototype installed somewhere and we'll actually give you a run through and a demonstration of how quickly that response for water quality actually comes in. The tool is being designed as well, and we'll hear more about it tomorrow. If there's an instance of something happening, it samples that as well. So it saves a sample for you to actually come back and test if you need to test in a lab. And where CSAC is concerned, which you just saw, it's the one I'm about to visit, right? So we had some images there, and given the speed of some person's machines, in a quick test, somebody complained that it wasn't loading very quickly. So we actually just removed the images, but you can see that very quickly, this is just asking you to select one. So within a land use, in the land use assessment guide, what are you, where are you? Are you the one that's more than 70% of the land area filled or whatever? And as soon as you select, let's say I select a 3, as soon as you select that option, it actually gives you what the score is. We're thinking of removing the score, and we're thinking of removing what actually, what is deemed to be excellent. So it kind of skews things in somebody's mind sometimes. And the card that would be there, you simply have something to select. If you, at any point in time, you want to start over, you can click start over. If you leave the tool open for too long and come back to it, you're going to have an issue, because the cookies that saved only holds the value for about an hour, a little under an hour. So after that, you'll have to restart and reset yourself. So at any point in time, you can click start over and you'll go back. At the back end of this tool, we're also hoping that everything that you do will be saved under your profile. So all the other tools you will click, you'll see that you have to log in. This one is going to get a login, but it's all the tools is not a separate login, is one login, and every single tool, even if it's a new one that's added, something we're not mentioning here, you will actually have access to that tool as well. All right, I see there's a question in the chat. All right, not for me. But we can actually go keep going. And as I said, I'm just using 5 to 10 minutes to quickly show. And at some point in time tomorrow, we'll have a full time to actually go through all the tools. I think I'm on the schedule tomorrow, but twice. So at some point we'll actually go through the tools. So you can select anything you want here. And as you click next, it's simply that score has been saved. You see a check mark appearing that you've already put a value for that option. And if you put a value for that option, a check mark will appear. If you move on without putting a check, no check mark will appear. And you keep going. And we had 20 options here. And even though this is, as Steve will tell you, version 2, there are iterations where the tool may change. There are iterations where instead of a 1 to 5, you may get a 1 to 10. There are iterations where instead of, persons were asking, so, why is it, 50 to 79%? Why couldn't it be 50 to 59%? So you have some discretization of that. And that it now enables you to do far more rather than have it paper-based. So I can select again. And you remember at the start, Steve had indicated that if you are below a point of 40, if I click back, just in case, just to check, you can go back and the score that you selected would still be remaining selected. So you can change it if you want to, and you can go next. And so let's say I'm selecting again 4. When I click next, clicking the option of next saves the option you've selected. And as you realize, it produces to you that you have no level of climate smart compliance attained. And that's because the score you attained was below 40. We had the score displayed here, but we realized what was important was whether or not what level of climate smart you had attained and not necessarily the score you had achieved. Because if the ranges of those things changes, where instead of being at a 40%, let's say, if it's below a 50%, you have achieved no compliance. We want to ensure that it's the verbiage and not the value that is communicated to you. Any questions so far? We'll reactivate the other options, other 18 options for tomorrow, so you have a full run through. But in the 10 minutes I was just allotted, I think I should have actually communicated to you. I'm hoping somebody would have tried it on a mobile phone. I'm hoping somebody tried it on a tablet, but it works in all those instances. I will now stop sharing and take a few questions if there are any. If there are no questions or comments, it's over to you, Steve.
Well, I just wanted to thank participants for being with us. I know that we have, we've exceeded the allotted time. I want to thank you. I want to remind you that we have day 3 tomorrow, and we're going to be culminating all of this rich discourse in terms of the actual testing of the digital solutions that we promised in the beginning. So, Jay, unless Dale wants to close, or you can close off.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Rankin will close off.
All right, colleagues, thank you so very much for staying the course with us. I am very delighted to see that we have quite a bit of our audience still with us. I want to thank everybody. I'm not doing the official vote of thanks. That will be Erica's responsibility tomorrow. But we do have some good news. So let me just say, first of all, to everybody, thank you very much. We had a very involved day, starting with CCRIF. And then later on, we had Jane with her excellent presentation. And Jane is still with us, despite it now being, by my watch, 9 after 9 in the UK. Jane, thanks so very, very much. Never believe you'd have been able to stay up with us. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Lalu is normal, inimitable style, taking us into the stratosphere where livestock is concerned. Thank you so very much. And then we had the THI exercise, which Jay Aka has promised that he's going to put that THI in some kind of online platform, right, Jay? Eventually. Not right now, but eventually. Because it's a really, really useful tool. So Jay is coming to say no.
I'm actually coming to say that as soon as CSAC is finished and written off, what's going to happen is that the THI, I'm sorry, Theo, you're not here, but I'm sorry, but the THI tool, that alert, what all that's going to happen is that you're going to enter it, you're going to enter your cell phone number or an email address, and in partnership with the Met Service, I'm hoping they're still online, right. That data, that daily data is going to be dynamically fetched. Right. And once that data is fetched and it is produced, I'm sorry, but I know I said $100, it could even be as cheap as $10.
Yes.
And so that alert that goes out, that money is not coming to you, that money is going to the Met Service. I'm hoping that I'm plugging the Met Service. Guys, the data is important, and we have to get to a point of knowing that it's the units that they set up in the field are not free units. They have maintenance to do. So me saying no, that it would be a charge, a $10 charge, not US, Jamaican, maybe a drop in the bucket, but coming from nothing and getting a drop in the bucket is better than anything. And this is a service that would be automatically just pushing out. You specify the location, the GPS location, and that data comes out from the nearest possible weather station to you. And if it takes hold, we can possibly get to a point of having better coverage for the data, and actually getting to a point where it's not the case that you learn about the stress afterwards, where the cow was stressed and gave in to stress, and now you are stressed because the cow gave in to stress.
Indeed. All right. Thank you so much, Jay. Really appreciate that so very much. All right, so let me just say again, thanks very much. Shelley was fantastic. Everybody did so well. Steve is, although you hear me and Steve have a go at each other, we do that because we are best friends, right? So Steve, thank you very much, boss. I appreciate that so very much. Regarding tomorrow, before we do a little, it's not going to be a Jeopardy at all. It's just something for some fun. Jay, I don't know if you can grab a hold of that agenda. Let me just show something. You can see where you are, just look at it. So if you look at tomorrow's agenda, on day 3, the final day, that great day of the feast, Jesus stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst. All right, the final day of the feast. We start with a quick opening with Professor Stevens, who will be back, the head of our department and co-director of the Climate Studies Group. Then we are going to have the panel discussion. All the panelists are on board. I had a meeting this afternoon with the members from the Climate Change Division. They will be here, Maya, so they have confirmed, and the representative will be here. I have actually gotten the presentation from the Green Climate Fund this afternoon, so they are definitely going to be here. I want to thank them for that. And also, the CCRIF SPC, they've already confirmed, and they should be sending their presentations if they are going to do one. There's no requirement for the panelists to do a presentation at all, but some of them may want to do something, and so we will not deprive them of the opportunity to do so. Now, if you notice immediately after that, Jay, after the panel discussion, originally we were going to do a number of tools, so we have a 2-hour slot there. We definitely will not use that 2-hour slot so Steve, we did a cumulative time management, and so on day 3 we'll actually end earlier, much earlier than originally planned. So for all the torture that we have put you through, we will actually end earlier. So that, I think that Smash and Real TMS, that's what we're going to do there, Jade, probably, I don't know, 20 minutes, 40 minutes maybe about half an hour. All right, so we'll save right there 1.5 hours. So then you'll have to tolerate me. But a number of persons have been asking for us not to rush the DSAT. Many people are asking, there's several different applications of the model. And I'm not going to be doing a PowerPoint, I'm going to be using the model itself to teach you how to use it. It's a software application. You can go on dsat.net, DSSAT.net. This DSAT stands for Decision Support System for Agro-Technology Transfer. It's a decision-making tool. It incorporates in it models that facilitates 45 different crops minimum, right? It can tell you when to plant, where to plant, how close to plant, what fertilizer to use, which fertilizer will optimize your yield. It can tell you which irrigation system to use. It will tell you how much money you're going to make. It can do sensitivity analysis. It has up to 500 different soil profiles in it. It has several different cultivars. We can't go through every single thing because to learn that model, it actually takes a week. So we're not going to do everything, but we'll do as much as we can do in a day without boring you. We might intersperse it with a break. But the good news is after we've discussed DSAT, then Jay will take us through some little magic that himself and his partner in crime did, Theodore Winter, where they've actually gone ahead and made DSAT simple by putting it on an online portal where you're going to be able now to, with a few clicks of a mouse, you're able to do what we have to do, take days to do, all right? Obviously, the idea is that if it works for Jamaica, it can work for other countries. It is scalable. If we can get your data, if you can talk to donors who are willing to fund the work, we will be able to do what we have done for Jamaica for other countries. Essentially, you'll be able to click on a location, select a crop, select a variety in the crop, and get within range, within some margin of error, what your yield can be. But that's not the only thing. You can get what your biomass can be, what all the capabilities of DSAT can be availed in ACCEPT. ACCEPT stands for Agricultural Climate Change Evaluation for Production, Transformation, and in bracket, Resilience Building. All right? So that tool will be available. We'll have a good talk about it. You'll get a chance to use it. It will be online. All the simulations will come to your email and all of that. We'll have a grand break after that. Then we'll have a final Jeopardy, which Michael is working on, which will include some of the questions that we did before and some other ones, some new presentations that were done. And then after that, we'll have the workshop assessment. Now, you must come back for the workshop assessment because the certification or the certificate that you're going to be getting, which is signed already by Prof. Taylor and Dr. Stevenson, will only be given to persons who complete the evaluation. All right, so please, please, please tell your friends to come back, finish the evaluation so that you can get your certificate. All right? And there are 2 eminent scientists in the Caribbean. To have them both sign in on a certificate, it counts for much. And then after that, that's the vote of thanks and we're done. So I would say we would be out of here easily by, I don't know, maybe 2 o'clock tomorrow, if so late. All right, so we'll save on time. We'll start promptly at 8. And I see some of my technical members saying if I can be early, but I was early this morning, so we'll see. But we'll start promptly at 8. Hopefully we'll have no technical glitches and we will be able to deliver. Thank you for your company. I see my good friend Leanne Roper online. I see a number of other stakeholders who have come to grace us with their presence. Thank you so very much. We really deeply appreciate all that you have done. Many of you have been sharing your thoughts, your best wishes, you know, saying, no, we've done a good job. Well, Let me give thanks to the team, because without them it wouldn't have been possible. Even before the vote of thanks, I want to thank Erica Horton, who really went beyond and above the call of duty to make this thing happen. Thanks also very much to our friends at CCRIF for their sponsorship and for their participation. I see my good friend Michael Williams and several other persons online. Thank our faithful rapporteur, Maya Thomas, who's here with us every step of the way. And to all the members of the technical team, thank you very much. Have a good evening, folks. God bless you. See you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Take care.